Good evening. Happy Saturday. You're back for another Saturday with Saute. And the exciting part about tonight is we have the 2021 Prism Draft Picks release party. We've got 30% off all of those Prism draft picks breaks this evening. 30% off all those using the Prism code PRISMDP30. That's make sure to capitalize that, and that is good for our hobby and our hobby hybrid breaks. So far, we're starting off with a bunch of our eBay breaks, some contenders draft picks, followed up by some legacy. Then we've got a Donruss Optic, one boxer, Topps Bowman baseball, and then a Prism fast break. Luckily, we don't have a lot of teams to auction off this evening, so we will be rocking and rolling and getting right into it. So here we go. It is break 847, the 2021 Contenders Draft Picks Hobby One Box eBay Pick Your Team. And yes, thanks T-Man. If you enjoy what you're seeing, please don't hesitate to toss a like on the stream and subscribe to our YouTube page. We would definitely appreciate that. All right, starting off with Chris Carson from Seattle, followed by Drew Brees from New Orleans, T.J. Watt from Pittsburgh, Keenan Allen from the Chargers, and Adrian Peterson from the Detroit Lions, and our first rookie QB of the evening, and it's going to be Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and this is a school colors, and that's going to Nick. Nick, welcome to tonight's break. Ryan, are you sure that you're in the correct break? You're in the next break. You're in break number 848. I see you listed there. This is break 847. Then we've got a Campus Legends, Kyler Murray, followed by Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers, going to another first-timer. Dave, welcome to BreakTraders. Hope you enjoy this break this evening. And you can always take 20% off your first purchase on our Shopify site at BreakTraders.com with the promo code NEWBT. Next up is Tylan Wallace with the Baltimore Ravens, and that's going to Jonathan, followed with a Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes playing the numbers game, 734 yards passing yards. Then we've got Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions, and that's going to Jason. Jason, welcome to BreakTraders. And it looks like our first auto is going to be Trey Nixon, and that's going to be a New England Patriot, and that's going to Eric. Eric with the auto pull on his first break with BreakTraders. Welcome to the BreakTraders community. Hope you enjoy and get some great pulls this evening. Followed up by a silver Zeke Elliott, Calvin Ridley of the Falcons, Robert Woods of the Rams, Phillip Rivers of the Colts, Devin Singletary of the Bills, and Jalen Hurts of the Eagles. I would have to double check on that. Legacy 816, that broke on Thursday. So that's listed right on our YouTube channel. You can go and find the video of that break. And the breaks that are currently filled and scheduled are on the bottom of the screen right underneath my head. We've got Teddy Bridgewater from Denver, Tyrann Mathieu of Kansas City, Stephon Diggs of the Bills, Myles Garrett of Cleveland, Chase Claypool of Pittsburgh, followed by a Campus Legend, Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants. Then we've got Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos, and that is going to be going to Dave, another first-timer here with BreakTraders. And then our next rookie quarterback of the evening, and it is Sam Ehlinger of the Indianapolis Colts, going to Cynthia. Cynthia, great to see you back with us as always. An Aaron Rodgers playing the numbers game with 394 passing yards. And then we've got a Jet, and it's going to be Michael Carter, and that's going to Dave. And a Campus Legend, Zeke Elliott, followed by our next auto, and it is a member of the Thick Boy Club, and that is Trey Smith. Trey Smith of the Kansas City Chiefs going over there to protect Patrick Mahomes, and that's going to T-Man. a silver Tom Brady of the Buccaneers, Devin White of the Bucks, Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks, Jarvis Landry of Cleveland, Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team, and Kirk Cousins of Minnesota to finish off the second pack in this break. Oh, then it maybe 816 just filled, and we'll be getting it listed. I'll have to double check that 1 second. Sorry about the confusion there. Oh yeah, 816 should be in tonight. It should be.
Did we just miss it?
Huh?
Did we miss it earlier?
Yeah, we just missed it. So that'll actually be right after 798, in between 798 and T-Man's break. Thanks for calling that. Thanks for calling that out. We would have obviously caught it, but how the app that closes just got a little confused there. Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Joe Mixon of the Bengals, Daniel Jones of the Giants, Jalen Smith of the Cowboys, followed by Rob Gronkowski of Tampa Bay. And then our first of the big quarterbacks, so we'll give him the boom booms, and that's Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears, followed by Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins. It's the school colors, Javon Holland. Love those Oregon school colors right there. Then we've got Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers going to Alex, and Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans going to Lucas, followed by a Campus Legends, Josh Allen, and then it is our first Trevor Lawrence of the evening. The first T-Law, and that is going to be going to Jason with the Jaguars. And then our next auto in this one is going to be Hamilcar Rashad Jr. And that is a New York Jet going to Dave, and that's a linebacker. Followed up by a silver James Conner of the Cardinals, Kenyon Drake, DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, Alvin Kamara of New Orleans, Matt Stafford of the Rams, and Damian Howard of the New England Patriots. Or Damian Harris, sorry, I misspoke there. I just received word from my contact that they are in production, and he is expecting to receive the graded cards back next week. Julio Jones from Atlanta, Laviska Shenault Jr. of the Jaguars, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Derek Carr of the Las Vegas Raiders, Ronald Jones II of Tampa Bay, Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys, and that's going to be going to Dave, followed by another Trevor Lawrence. This one a school colors, and that is going to Jason. Next up, we've got Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Jonathan. And then it's Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. Zach Wilson of the Jets going to Dave. And we have a Campus Legends, Justin Herbert, followed by a Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, and that is going to Cynthia. And we are coming up on our next auto, which will be our fourth one here. And it is going to be William Bradley King, a member of the Washington Football Team. William Bradley King of the Washington Football Team going to Lucas. And then we've got a silver Zach Moss of the Buffalo Bills, Jared Goff of the of the Detroit Lions, David Montgomery of the Bears, Cam Newton of New England, Aaron Donald of the Rams, and Allen Robinson II of the Bears. And we're on to our fifth pack in this break. Travis Kelce of Kansas City, Roquan Smith of Tampa Bay. It's more than a Thielen. And we've got Adam Thielen from the Vikings, Patrick Mahomes with the Chiefs, Joe Burrow with the Bengals, and then it's Groot And that is Greg Rousseau, the school colors of the Buffalo Bills. And that's going to be going to Kevin. Followed up by a Kyle Pitts, 170 receiving yards of the Atlanta Falcons, going to Keith. And then we've got Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that's going to Cynthia, followed by a Campus Legends, Joe Burrow, and a 203 receiving yards, Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. Followed up by a Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, and that is going to Lucas. And then our auto from Louisiana State University. It is a game day ticket out of 23. That's Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. There we go, getting that numbered auto. And that is going to be going to Jonathan. Then we've got T. Higgins of the Bengals, Cole Beasley of the Bills, Nick Chubb of the Browns, Tre'Davious White of the Bills, DeAndre Hopkins of the Texans, or DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, and Juju Smith-Schuster of Pittsburgh. Okay. We've got Minkah Fitzpatrick of the Steelers, Devontae Adams of Green Bay, Jordan Love of the Packers, Michael Thomas of New Orleans, Josh Allen of the Bills, Kadarius Toney, 108 receiving yards of the Giants, followed by Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons, going to Keith. And then we've got a Campus Legends, Patty Mahomes, right there for you, of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed by Jalen Waddle, 161 receiving yards of the Miami Dolphins. Followed up by Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers. This one is school colors, and that's going to Alex. And then we've got Elijah Moore of the New York Jets, and that is going to Dave. And then our last auto in this one is going to be Ian Book. Ian Book from the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and now the New Orleans Saints, and that is going to Cynthia. And to finish this pack off, we have a silver conference ticket from Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed up by Derrick Henry of the Titans, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, Melvin Gordon of Denver, Lamar Jackson of Baltimore, and J.J. Watt of the Arizona Cardinals. Let's run down these rookies. Oh, wow. Yes. Thanks for calling that out, T-Man. It's been a heck of a day. Elijah Moore of the Jets, followed by Trey Lance of the 49ers, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons, followed by Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Rondale Moore of the Cardinals, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Devonta Smith of the Eagles, Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, Greg Rousseau of the Bills, Kwity Paye of the Colts, Zach Wilson of the Jets, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars, Micah Parsons of the Cowboys, another Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans, followed up by Trey Sermon of the 49ers, Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins, Justin Fields of the Bears, Michael Carter of the Jets, Sam Ehlinger of the Colts, Javonte Williams of the Broncos, Sage Surratt of the Lions, Tylan Wallace of the Ravens, Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, and Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay. And now we will run down these autos. We've got Hamilcar Rashad of the Jr. of the New York Jets going to Dave. And then we've got Trey Nixon originally of UCF and now of the New England Patriots, going to BreakTraders first-timer Eric. Then we've got William Bradley King of the Washington football team going to Lucas, and Trey Smith, that thick boy there to protect Patrick Mahomes, going to T-Man with Kansas City. Then we have our numbered auto, this Terrace Marshall Jr. game day ticket signatures of the Carolina Panthers going to Jonathan. And then our big hitter of this break is going to be the Ian Book auto. Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints, formerly of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And that is the end of break 847. Roxy is in the house tonight. She's not next to me right now, so she's probably causing a little havoc, I'm sure. But she'll be here. She's here for most breaks. She won't be here during the day again because she's a little too awake during those to make it successful for us and not be distracting. But overall, we love having her here. And we're going to dive into our movie giveaway in between this and the next contenders break. We're going to do our first keyword. Alrighty. Here we go, folks. That first keyword is going to be drama. You'll have 1 minute to guess the team or the movie based on that. No correct guesses yet. This is 40. No, incorrect. We've got about 10 seconds left. Get your guesses in. Double M, glad to see you in the house. Alrighty. Movie giveaway guessing has ended. And we have one team to auction off in this next break. In this break, next break, Contenders 848, we are auctioning off the Washington football team. The bidding will start at $5. Hey Daniel, good to see you. 5 from Derek for the Washington football team. Do we have 10? Alrighty, we are going to count it down. Oh no. My countdown's gone. 10 from Mr. CEO. All right, now it is there. 10 from Mr. CEO, and we're starting the countdown. "30 seconds on the clock right here. Five. Alrighty, Mr. CEO, you know what to do. Send the $10 to the link in the chat. $10, that link in the chat for the Washington football team. And as soon as we receive it, we will get ripping here. Would love to see some. I'd love to see it just be full of the rookie cube, full of the top rookies. Perfect. Alrighty, here we go. We're going to rip into this. This is break number 848, the 2021 Contenders Draft Picks College Football One Box. Pick your team. We've got Matt Ryan from the Falcons, Joe Mixon from the Bengals, Daniel Jones from the Giants, Jalen Smith from the Cowboys, followed by Rob Gronkowski from Tampa Bay. And then we've got Javian Hawkins of the... Wow, of course. I don't seem to have him on my list now. Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons with 233 rushing yards, followed by Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos, and then a Greg Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills. This one playing the numbers game, 4 sacks. Looking forward to him having some games like that for the Bills. We've got Trey Sermon, school colors from the Ohio State University, now of the San Francisco 49ers. Next up, we have a Campus Legends from the University of Marshall, and that's Randy Moss, followed by Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, going to Nick. And then our next auto, or our first one here, is going to be out of 23, and that's Kenny Yeboah. He's a tight end. He is a tight end, and he is now on the New York Jets. The New York Jets, so that is going to Akaika 83. And next up, we have a Jared Goff silver, followed by Brandon Cooks of the Texans, Clyde Edwards-Helaire of Kansas City, Ben Roethlisberger of Pittsburgh, Zach Moss of the Bills, and T. Higgins of the Bengals. And we're on to our second pack in this one. We've got Todd Gurley of the Atlanta Falcons, followed by Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, Xavier Howard of Miami, Justin Jefferson of Minnesota, Darius Leonard Jr. of the Colts, and a school colors Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Ryan. Then we've got Rondale Moore playing the numbers game, 220 receiving yards of the Arizona Cardinals, followed by Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens going to William. A Campus Legends, Jerry Rice, followed by another Justin Fields. This one, 313 passing yards. And then we've got Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Jonathan. And our auto in this one is going to be from the Warren Jackson of the Denver Broncos. And that is going to be going to Jonathan. And then we've got a silver Delvin Cook, followed by Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, Tom Brady of Tampa Bay, James Conner of Arizona, Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, and Von Miller of the Denver Broncos. Yeah. We've got Devontae Parker of the Dolphins, Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, Myles Gaskin, Baker Mayfield of Cleveland, followed by Darren Waller of the Raiders. Then we've got Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Darian, and a Jamar Chase from the Cincinnati Bengals. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that's going to Chris. Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts, followed by Kyle Trask playing the numbers game of Tampa Bay, and that's going to Lucas. Then we've got Mac Jones of the University of Alabama, and now a New England Patriot, going to Brian. And then Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens. And our next auto is going to be Diomandre Lenore, a cornerback of now on the San Francisco 49ers. That is going to Darian. Lewis, it'll be really interesting to see what happens with the Aaron Rodgers Green Bay drama. Tyler Boyd, silver of the Bengals, followed by Amari Cooper of the Cowboys, Deontay Johnson of the Steelers, Aaron Jones of the Packers, Justin Herbert of the the Los Angeles Chargers, and Tyler Boyd to finish that pack up. And we are halfway through break 848. Minka Fitzpatrick, followed by Devontae Adams of the Packers, Jordan Love of the Packers, Michael Thomas of the Saints, Josh Allen of the Bills, and then we've got Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers. Next up, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, followed by DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, that of Campus Legends. Then we've got Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, and that is going to be going to Haley. Followed up by Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. This one has school colors, and that's going to William. And then we've got Nico Collins, formerly of Michigan, and now of the Houston Texans, going to Lucas. And our auto is going to be Quincy Roche, a defensive end out of the University of Miami, and he is now a Pittsburgh Steeler, and that's going to Jake. Followed up by a silver Cam Newton. Then we've got Devin Singletary of the Bills, Jalen Hurts of Philadelphia, Devin White of Tampa Bay, Tyler Lockett of Seattle, and Jarvis Landry of Cleveland. Chris Carson of Seattle, followed by Drew Brees. Then we've got TJ Watt, Keenan Allen, followed up by Adrian Peterson. Then we've got Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants. We've got a Campus Legends, Russell Wilson with Seattle, followed by Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. And that's going to Aikika, followed up by Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, and Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars. That Jalen Waddle going to Justin, this Travis Etienne going to Ryan. Then we've got Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. And then our auto in this one is going to be Tariq Thompson of the Buffalo Bills, a safety for the Bills, and that is going to be going to Jonathan. Next up, we've got a silver David Montgomery with the Bears, Antonio Gibson with the Washington Football Team, Kirk Cousins with Minnesota, Kenyon Drake, followed by DK Metcalf of Seattle, and Alvin Kamara of the Saints. And the last pack here. Teddy Bridgewater of Denver, followed by Tron Matthew of Kansas City, Stephon Diggs of the Bills, Myles Garrett at defensive end for the Browns, Chase Claypool of the Steelers, Campus Legends Tom Brady of Tampa Bay, followed by Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers, going to be going to Jonathan. Then we've got a school colors Pat Freiermuth from Penn State, stayed in his state, and is going to the Pittsburgh Steelers and Jake. Then we've got Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence right out of the gate right there. And that is going to Ryan with the Jaguars, followed by Trevon Moehrig of the Las Vegas Raiders. This one a school colors. And then at Campus Legends, Lamar Jackson. And folks, I think we have the biggest auto we've pulled yet, and we sure do. It is Kyle Pitts college ticket. Kyle Pitts college ticket, and we are going to be magging this bad boy. That is of the Atlanta Falcons, and that's going to Jonathan. And it is out of 84, 33 out of 84. May not be mag worthy, but here at BreakTraders, you know us, we are liberal with our mags for sure. Then we've got a Kyler Murray out of 23. Kyler Murray out of 23. Followed with Matt Stafford of the Rams, Damian Harris of New England, Tua of the Dolphins, Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, and Cooper Kupp of the Rams. And that is the end of this break. Let's run these rookies down. We've got Trevon Moehrig of the Raiders, Trevor Lawrence of the Jags, Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, Chuba Hubbard of the Panthers, Elijah Moore of the Jets, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Zach Wilson of the Jets, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Nico Collins of Houston, Rashad Bateman of Baltimore. Then we've got Kellen Mond of Minnesota, Kyle Pitts of Atlanta, Kylan Hill of the Packers, Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens, Mac Jones of New England, Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay, Jamar Chase of Cincinnati, Trey Lance of San Francisco, Carlos Basham of the Bills, Justin Fields of the Bears, Sean Wade of the Ravens, Rondale Moore of the Cardinals, Justin Fields of Chicago, Devonta Smith of Philadelphia, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, Greg Rousseau of the Bills, Javonte Williams of the Broncos, and Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons. And that is the end of those rookies. Let's look at our featured cards. First, we've got the Kyler Murray 2012 out of 23 season ticket. Then we've got Quincy Roche of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that's going to be going to Jake, followed by Warren Jackson of the Denver Broncos going to Jonathan, Tariq Thompson of the Buffalo Bills going to Jonathan, Demonidor Lenoir of the San Francisco 49ers going to Darian. And then we've got a numbered out of 23. It's Kenny Yeboah of the New York Jets going to IKI of 83. And then our big hitter, it is Kyle Pitts out of 84, the ripped college ticket. And that is going to be going to Jonathan with the Atlanta Falcons. And that is the end of break 848. Alrighty. We are going to get going here with Legacy. But first we have one team to auction off. It is going to be the Green Bay Packers, and we're going to start the bidding at $5 for the Packers in this break 849. 5 from Dan Byer. $10 from Jake. 10 from Jake we have, and 10 from Michael Mealy, but Jake was there first. We will start the 30-second countdown right now. 30 seconds. Get your bids in. The top bid will be there. T-Man, thanks for closing break 769. I think that'll be our first Prism hobby that we do tonight, or Prism Draft Picks hobby that we do this evening. Alrighty, countdown is complete. Jake, you've got it. The PayPal link is in the chat. And while we wait to receive that payment, hey Joseph, thanks for joining us. Happy to have you. All first time people with us are able to get $10 or 20% off their first purchase at BreakTraders.com using the promo code NEWBT. Jonathan, it's going great. We're going to have our first giveaway right now. Drop drama in the chat. Drama in the chat to be entered into this giveaway. If you hear anything on the side next to me, that's just Roxanne trying to get comfortable on her bed. Jake, let us know when that PayPal is sent. In the meantime, folks, yep, you missed two contenders. 2 contenders so far. Alrighty. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Mr. CEO.
And Mr. CEO with the Upper Deck Hockey. And we'll be right back with the hockey background for this one. Alrighty, let's see who Mr. CEO gets out of this one. At the very least, it's always fun to hear me try to pronounce some of these Eastern European names. And Jake, we're good to go with your payment. We've got Sean Couture of the Philadelphia Flyers, Dylan Dubé of Calgary, Jeff Carter of the Los Angeles Kings, and Tuukka Rask of the Bruins, followed by Christian Druvak of the Coyotes. Then we've got on the Islanders, it is Jean-Gabriel Pageau, followed by Nikita Zaitsev and Lars Eller to Mr. CEO. And we'll be right back from the football stadium. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 849, the 2021 Panini One Boxer. Remember, 16 packs in this, 8 cards per pack. That is a lot of packs right there. Oop. Trying to make those 8 and 8. Perfect. And let's rip. Dante Hall of the Chiefs, Emmitt Smith of the Cowboys, followed by Raheem Meister of the 49ers, Denzel Mims of the Jets, Terry McLaurin of Washington, and we've got a orange, and this is Micah Parsons. Orange Micah Parsons going to of the Dallas Cowboys, going to Michael, and that is out of 199. Then we've got Allen Robinson out of 299 of the Chicago Bears, going to Haley, followed by Seth Williams. Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos, and Patrick Jones II. Patrick Jones II of the Minnesota Vikings. That Seth Williams going to of the Broncos is going to Jonathan, and the Patrick Jones of the Vikings going to Haley. And I need more sleeves. Thank you very much. We've got a thick one in here, and it is a filler. Followed by a Legends, Michael Strahan of the Giants, Eric Dickerson of the Rams, Deshaun Watson of the Texans, followed by Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins, Dan Marino, Timeless Talents of the Dolphins, and then we've got Terrace Marshall Jr., of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to be going to Jonathan, followed by Groot of the Buffalo Bills. Thurman Thomas of the Bills, followed by Randy Moss, Legends of the Vikings. Then we've got Miles Sanders of the Eagles, Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, a bronze Javonte Williams out of 100, and that is of the Denver Broncos, and that is going to be going to Jonathan, followed by a flashbacks Aaron Rodgers. Then we've got Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers. Jamie Newman going to Jake, and Pat Freiermuth going to Cherie. All the Prism draft picks, because we've got 30% off all of those, Brett. 30% off using promo code PRISMDP30, all caps. James Harrison of the Steelers, Deion Sanders of the Falcons, Deontay Johnson of the Steelers, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, Devin White of the Bucks, decades of dominance, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, and then it's our first big QB out of this one, so we'll give it the boom booms, and that is going to be Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to David, and this is also David's first break with us. Welcome, David, and congrats on that hit. Then we've got Kadarius Toney of the Giants, and that is going to Mr. CEO. Terrell Davis of the Broncos, Sean Alexander of the Seahawks, Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers, Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team. We've got a Terry McLaurin out of 199. Terry McLaurin out of 199 of the Washington Football Team, followed by Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills, and Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. All right, we got a thick card in here, and it is not a filler. Ooh, that's going to be nice. Troy Polamalu of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Vrabel of the Patriots, Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Kenyon Drake of the Cardinals, and this is a numbered. It is out of 100. And it is Mac Jones. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots out of 100, and that is going to Brian. Woo! There we go. That's a nice card. More 180s when you get a chance. The Mac Jones Futures, that's dual patch right there. And that is of the Patriots going to Brian. Congratulations, Brian. Followed by Patrick Mahomes, Timeless Talents. And then we've got our Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints, and Nico Collins of the Houston Texans. We've got Javon Curse of the Titans, followed by Dwight Freeney of the Colts, Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, Jamison Crowder of the Jets, followed by Josh Jacobs, flashback. Then we've got a Christian Barmore of the New England Patriots, and Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. Every time I hear Rondale, I think of the Afro Man song, Palmdale. We've got Dan Marino of the Dolphins, Ken Anderson of the Bengals, Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, Brandon Cooks of the Texans, Julio Jones of the Falcons, and then we've got a Zach Wilson. This one's yellow out of 150, and it looks like it is number 1 out of 150, and that's a Jet, and that's going to Anthony. Followed up by Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, and Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. I hope you're wrong, Adam. Josh Allen's so good that I'm not as concerned anymore about like just good players in the AFC East, but we've got Steve Largent of the Seahawks, Jordy Nelson of the Packers, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Derek Carr of the Raiders, and then it's going to be a Philadelphia Eagle, and it is Marlon Tupilutu from USC as the second auto in this box. Then we've got Keenan Allen of the Chargers, followed by Najee Harris of the Steelers, and TJ Vasher of the Dallas Cowboys. And folks, remember, we have a break this Tuesday at noon. Marshall Faulk, followed by Donald Driver, Delvin Cook of the Vikings, TJ Watt of the Steelers. It's going to be a mini, this one a bronze Jonathan Taylor out of 100. Then we've got a For the Ages John Elway. Then we've got Javian Hawkins from the Falcons, and Miles Davis Mills from the Houston Texans. Well, I think he's going to make $40 million a year, so he better take us pretty far. We've got a Legends Kurt Warner, followed by Tony Gonzalez of the Chiefs, Drew Brees of the Safes. We've got Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs, Nico Collins Silver of the Texans, followed by Patty Mahomes of the Chiefs, Micah Parsons of the Cowboys, and Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay. And folks, join our Discord. We run daily Discord deals in there. Today, the BreakTraders community in the Discord got 30% off a whole listing of breaks. 30% off a big list of breaks. We're going to have our mini, and it's falling out, so we'll just hop into it. It's James Harrison of the Steelers going to Cherie. Followed by Legends Mike Ditka, Tiki Barber of the Giants, Devontae Parker of the Dolphins, Darius Slayton of the Giants. We've got a Generations Antonio Brown and Marquise Brown. We will randomize that at the end. Followed by a Kyle Pitts, rookie of the Atlanta Falcons, going to Vincent in his first break with BreakTraders. And then Marlon going to Jake from the Eagles. we've got Lance Briggs with the Chicago Bears, followed by Joe Thomas of the Browns, Devontae Adams of the Packers, Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers. We've got Trey Lance Silver of the San Francisco 49ers going to Eric. Then we've got a timeless talents Joe Thomas from the Browns, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles going to Jake, and Dwame Brown of the Washington football team going to William in his first break with BreakTraders. Welcome, William. We've got Charles Haley with the 49ers, Hines Ward of the Steelers, Derrick Henry of the Titans, Mike Evans of the Bucks, Clyde Edwards-Helaire on the Chiefs, Dak Prescott out of 50, the flashback of the Cowboys. That's going to Michael in his first break with BreakTraders. Followed up by a Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Jonathan, and Jarrett Patterson of the Washington football team going to William. Steve Young of the 49ers, followed by Reggie Bush of the Saints, Damian Harris of the Patriots, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, and that is of the Jaguars, followed by Alvin Kamara of the Saints. We have a filler right there. Then we've got Timeless Talents, Patrick Mahomes. We've got Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens, and J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers. And we're on to our last pack in this break. We've got Brian Dawkins of the Eagles, followed by Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers, Sonia Michelle of the Patriots, Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, and then we've got the silver under the lights, Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Jake, Ray Lewis of the Ravens. There's Sam Ellinger, our second to last QB pull. That's Sam Ellinger of the Colts going to Ken in his first break with BreakTraders, and Haley's getting a Justin Fields RC with the Ohio State Buckeyes. Alrighty, let's randomize this one. Randomizing the Brown family here, Antonio and Marquise. Remember, 1 through 3 will be the team on the left, so Tampa Bay. 4, 5, 6 will be the team on the right, which is Baltimore. And it is a 2, which means this generation's card is going to Joseph with Tampa Bay. Congratulations, Joseph. Now let's run down these rookies. Justin Fields of the Bears, Sam Ellinger of the Colts, a silver Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Jake, J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers, Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens, Jarrett Patterson of the Washington football team, Chuba Hubbard of the Panthers, Dwame Brown of the Washington football team, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, a silver Trey Lance of the 49ers, Marlon Tupelutu of the Eagles, Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay, Micah Parsons of the Cowboys, Nico Collins of Houston, Davis Mills of Houston, Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons, followed by TJ Vasher of the Dallas Cowboys, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Kellen Mond of Minnesota, Kwity Paye of Indianapolis, Rondale Moore of Arizona, Christian Barmore of New England, Nico Collins of Houston, Ian Book of New Orleans, Rashad Bateman of Baltimore, Carlos Boogie Basham of Buffalo, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, Jamie Newman of the Eagles, the Browns, Javonte Williams of the Broncos, Greg Rousseau of the Bills, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, Patrick Jones II of the Vikings, Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos, and Micah Parsons out of 199 of the Cowboys. Alrighty, let's run down our features here. We've got the Trevor Lawrence base going to David in his first break with BreakTraders. And that is followed up by a out of number 1 out of 150, Zach Wilson going to Anthony with the New York Jets. Then we have an Eagle. This is a silver auto from Marlon Tupelutu going to Jake. And then our big boy was a Mac Jones. Got a lot of people up in a tizzy. This is out of 100, and it is a Mac Jones out of 100, and that is of the New England Patriots going to Brian. And that is the end of break 849. Next up, we are still here on the football field. Still here on the football field. We'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, we are back and ready to rock. Here we go. This is break 850. Break 850, the Panini Donruss Optic Hobby 1-box break. 20 packs in this one, 4 cards per pack. What do you like most as breakies? The like big packs where it's like the contenders draft picks where it's 6 packs but they each have 18 in them, or would you rather 18 packs with 6 cards each in them? We've got Julio Jones of the Falcons, Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, and a silver disco T.Y. Hilton of the Indianapolis Colts, followed by a T. Higgins rated rookie of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that's going to Peter. Peter, welcome to BreakTraders. Hey, John, great to see you. Boo the Patriots is right. Baker Mayfield of Cleveland, Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers. We've got Jake Luton of the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's a silver-rated rookie, followed by Ashton Davis of the Jets. Hey, Haley, great to see you. We've got Devontae Adams of Green Bay, A.J. Brown of Tennessee, Mike Gesicki of Miami, and Josiah DeGuara of the Green Bay Packers, and that's going to Jeremy. Keenan Allen of the Chargers, followed by Mark Andrews of the Ravens, and then we've got a Tommy Brady, this one out of 199 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Kevin. And then a Cam Akers rated rookie of the Los Angeles Rams, going to Brett. We've got Alvin Kamara of the Saints, Nick Chubb of the Browns, Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, and Emeki Becton RC of the Jets, going to Tim. Tim, welcome to BreakTraders. Thanks for joining us this evening. We've got Cortland Sutton of the Denver Broncos, Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks, and then we've got a John Hightower out of 99 of the Philadelphia Eagles, going to Micah. Micah in his first break here with BreakTraders, followed up with a C.J. Henderson. C.J. Henderson of the Jacksonville Jaguars. We've got Josh Allen of the Jaguars, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, Darius Leonard of the Colts, and Clavon Chason of the Jacksonville Jaguars. That going to Michael. More than a Thielen, and that's going to Jeremy, followed by Tyler Boyd of the Bengals, and it looks like we're going to have a redemption, and it is a rated rookies autograph blue Brandon Ayuk redemption, and that is going to Jeremy. Next up, we have a Marlon Davidson RC of the Falcons going to Devin. Miles Sanders of the Eagles, Kerryon Johnson of the Lions. We have a blue Phillip Rivers of the Colts, and that is out of 299. Followed up by a Zach Moss rated rookie of the Buffalo Bills going to Kevin. That episode actually did drop, and the gentleman who interviewed me is going to be in Break 649 this evening. Chris Godwin with the Bucks, Josh Jacobs with the Raiders. We've got a Dominators, Aaron Rodgers of Green Bay, followed by AJ Epineza of the Buffalo Bills. We have Derek Carr of the Raiders, Calvin Ridley of the Falcons, DJ Moore of Carolina, and then a Jeremy Chin RC of Carolina going to Devin. Julian Edelman of the Patriots, AJ Green of the Bengals, a silver Zeke Elliott, and Kenneth Murray RC of the Chargers, and that's going to Jeremy. In just less than an hour, we will have Sean Williams from the Fin Maniacs podcast. He's a senior writer with the Fin Maniacs blog, and he will be joining us in studio to comment on our cards, or to provide some commentary on the Prism Draft Picks release. Aaron Jones of the Packers, and we've got a blue Keenan Allen of the Chargers going to Jeremy, followed up by a LaMichael Perine rated rookie of the Jets. Banner Brett. I like it. Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, Austin Eckler of the Chargers, Deshaun Watson of Houston, and Raekwon Davis of the Miami Dolphins. And that is going to be going to Devin. We've got Hollywood Brown of the Ravens, Drew Brees of New Orleans, and there it is. It's a Joey Burrow, the rookies auto, or the rookies, and that's going to Peter. Peter with the nice Joe Burrow hit in his first BreakTraders break. And then Noah Igbenogby of the Dolphins to wrap up that pack. Sam Darnold with what appears to be tape on that. That's super weird. I'm not going to touch it, but I will. That's interesting. Von Miller with the Broncos, Travis Kelce with the Chiefs, and Quintez Cephas with the Detroit Lions.
Did that come out of a pack with
Yeah.
masking tape on it?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's very weird. DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, Gardner Minshew of the Jaguars, Daniel Jones silver, and then a Jordan Brooks RC of the Seahawks. Folks, you are going to see some new breaks this week. We're going to have a new breaker coming on here in the future. We've got Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals, Delvin Cook of Minnesota, Christian Fulton silver of Tennessee going to Devin, and then Nate Stanley of the Vikings. Nate Stanley of the Vikings going to Jeremy. We've got David Montgomery of the Bears, followed by Carson Wentz of the Eagles. A purple Matt Stafford of the Lions going to Kevin. And that's out of 50. Followed up by a DJ Dallas of the Seattle Seahawks going to Sean. Sean with his first break with BreakTraders. Welcome to the community. Kenny Galladay of the Lions, Rob Gronkowski of Tampa Bay. We've got a retro Len Dawson, and then a KJ Osborne of the Minnesota Vikings. And let's run down these rookies. We've got Kate. Sorry, folks, just trying to get that featured card cam right. For some reason, it keeps moving on us. We've got KJ Osborne of the Vikings, DJ Dallas of the Seahawks, Nate Stanley of the Vikings, a silver Christian Fulton of the Titans, Jordan Brooks of Seattle, Quintez Cephas of the Lions, Noah Igbenogbe of the Dolphins, Raekwon Davis of the Dolphins, LaMichael Perine of the Jets, Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, Jeremy Chin of the Panthers, AJ Epineza of the Bills, Zach Moss of the Bills, Marlon Davidson of Atlanta, Clavon Chason of the Jaguars, CJ Henderson of the Jaguars, Mekhi Beton of the Jets, the Cam Akers rated rookie of the Rams, Josiah DeGuara of Green Bay, Jake Luton silver of Jacksonville, and a T. Higgins base of Cincinnati. And now our featured cards. We have the Joe Burrow, the Rookies series going to Peter with Cincinnati, and then the Brandon Ayuk rated rookies autographs blue going to Jeremy. And that is the end of break 850. And we will be right back from baseball. From BreakTraders Park. Alrighty, we are back from BreakTraders Park, and we are ready to go. This break 851, the Topps Bowman one box. Pick your team. We've got Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals, Josh Bell of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Then we've got a Julio Rodriguez Bowman Scouts Top 100. Then a Bowman Chrome first, Jared Kelly of the Chicago White Sox, and that's going to Jamie. Followed up by a Hunil Choi of the Los Angeles Dodgers Bowman Chrome first, going to Jim. And then we've got Nolan Gorman of the Cardinals, Bo Naylor of the Cleveland, and Brennan Davis of the Cubs. We've got Mookie Betts of the Dodgers, followed by Alex Bregman of Houston, Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox, Fernando Tatis of the Padres, a futurist Riley Green of the Detroit Tigers going to Jamie. Then we've got a Bowman Chrome Max Meyer of Miami. And then our first numbered, and it is Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds. And that's going to KZ.com. Congratulations, KZ, in your first break with BreakTraders, hitting the Austin Hendrick out of 150. Then we've got Dylan Dingler of the Tigers, Logan Davidson of the A's, and Tristan Casas of the Red Sox. It's looking clear here. It could be whatever level you have selected on YouTube, the video quality that could make it fuzzy, but we'll check YouTube here in-house too. But Anthony Rendren of the Angels. Then we've got our first rookie. This is Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles going to Andrew. Followed by Christian Javier of the Houston Astros going to Michael. And Braylon Marquez of the Cubs going to Mr. CEO. Then we've got a Rookie of the Year favorites, Evan White from the Seattle Mariners going to Dan in his first time with BreakTraders. We've got a Bowman Chrome Drew Romo of the Rockies, a Bowman Chrome James Beard of the White Sox, Jason Rosario of the Red Sox, Seth Beer of Arizona, and Alec Thomas also of Arizona. Shohei Ohtani of the Angels, Charlie Blackmon of the Rockies, Brian Anderson of Miami, Bryce Harper of the Phillies. Then we have a talent pipeline, Oswald Peraza, Trevor Stefan, and Armando Alvarez of the Yankees, followed up by a Bowman Chrome, Brandon Marsh of the Angels, Christian Robinson of Arizona, Colton Weckler of Colorado, Wander Franco of Tampa Bay, and Nick Bitsko also of Tampa Bay. We've got Yadier Molina of the Cardinals, Francisco Lindor of Cleveland, JD Martinez of Boston, Austin Hayes of Baltimore, a Bowman Scouts Top 100 Forrest Whitley of the Astros, then a Bowman First and Chrome Jake Vogel of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Jim, followed up by Jordan Groshans Bowman Chrome, a Mick Abel of the Phillies going to Michael. That's a Bowman First. Then we've got Casey Martin of the Phillies and Jared Kelly Bowman First of the White Sox going to Jamie. Evan White of the Seattle Mariners RC going to Dan, followed by Letty Traveris of the Rangers going to Foz239. And in Foz, welcome to BreakTraders. Remember, folks, you can take 20% off any break on BreakTraders.com if it's your first break with the promo code NEWBT. Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins going to KZ.com in their first break. Then we've got Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers going to Jamie, and Devi Garcia of the Yankees going to KZ.com. We've got a Bowman Chrome, Tyler Freeman, CJ Chantham of Boston, Dax Fulton of Miami, a Bowman First, Junior Severino of the Minnesota Twins, followed by Max Meyer of the Marlins. And folks, if you like more baseball tonight, use promo code ABSOLUTE25 for 25% off any Absolute Baseball break. We've got a Jake Cronenworth RC of the San Diego Padres, followed by Luis Campusano. Both of those going to Jamie. And then we've got Ronald Acuna Jr., followed by Shane, not Justin Bieber of Cleveland. Luis Robert of the White Sox going to Jamie. Then we've got Jordan Belzovic of the Twins. That's a Bowman Chrome. Followed by Logan Davidson of the A's, Ed Howard of the Cubs, Yolbert Sanchez of the Chicago White Sox, and that's a Bowman First. Next up, we've got Drew Romo of the Colorado Rockies. We've got one spot left in the 2021 Topps Tier 1 Baseball Hobby Card Random, followed by 3 spots left in the Chronicles Pick Your Division tonight. In addition, folks, if you go to our pre-sale tab, nope, not on our pre-sale anymore. If you go to the football tab, you can see a lot of the Panini Prism Draft Picks. Panini Prism Draft Picks, there's 1 stop left in the Hobby Hybrid Pick Your Division, and 5 spots left in a Pick Your Team. We've got Christian Yelich from Milwaukee, Sean Murphy of the A's, Kyle Lewis of Seattle, followed by Max Scherzer of Washington, a futurist Spencer Torkelson of the Tigers going to Jamie. Then we've got Matthew Thompson, Bowman Chrome, and DL Hall of the Orioles. Then we've got a Trent DeVoe, Bowman First, and that's of the Los Angeles Angels, and that's going to Jim, followed by Keani Cavaco of the Twins and Brandon Marsh of the Los Angeles Angels. Chris Bryant of the Cubs, followed by Anthony Santander of Baltimore. Then we've got Bobby Dalbec of the Boston Red Sox. Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox, followed by Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves. Christian Pache going to Andrew, and that Bobby Dalbec going to Crimson King. Then a Grayson Rodriguez Bowman Scouts Top 100, followed by Andrew Vaughn of the White Sox, Jared Kalenic of Seattle, Riley Green of Detroit, Adisno Reyes Bowman First of the Detroit Tigers going to Jamie, followed up by Christian Robinson of the Diamondbacks. We have a Kyber Ruiz RC of the Los Angeles Angels, followed by Luis Patino of the San Diego Padres. Then we've got Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels, Luis Castillo of Cincinnati, Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, Nick Yorke Bowman Chrome with the Red Sox, Oswald Peraza with the Yanks, a Bowman First, this one Jose Tena of Cleveland, followed by Matthew Liberatore of the Cardinals, and a Jake Vogel Bowman First of the Dodgers, and that is going to be going to Jim. We've got Josh Donaldson of the Twins, Aaron Nolan of the Phillies, Joey Gallo of the Rangers, Vladimir Guerrero of Toronto, a Rookie of the Year favorites, Alec Baum of the Phillies to Michael. Daniel Espino of Cleveland, followed by Mackenzie Gore of the Padres, Jason Dominguez of the Yankees, Pete Crow Armstrong of the Mets, and Tyler Freeman of Cleveland. Luis Robert of the White Sox, followed by Freddie Freeman of Atlanta, Tanner Hook of the RC of the Red Sox, followed by Sam Huff of the Rangers. And then it's our auto, and it's going to be Gabriel Arias. This is a Bowman Chrome first on card of the Cleveland baseball team. And that is going to Danny in his first break with BreakTraders. All right, we have Garrett Mitchell with the Brewers, followed by Austin Hendrick with Cincinnati, Nick Lofton with Kansas City, CJ Chatham with the Red Sox, and Jordan Belzovic with the Twins. We have next up a Nick Montagrill RC of the White Sox, followed by Garrett Crochet, also of the White Sox. Then we've got Jose Altuve of Houston, followed by Pete Alonso of the Mets, a Rookie of the Year favorites, Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants, and then Jeremy Pena of the Bowman Chrome, followed by Josh Young of the Rangers, Daniel Lynch of Kansas City, James Beard of the White Sox, and Brandon Shoemake of Atlanta. We've got Manny Machado of the Padres, followed by Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals, going to KZ in their first break with BreakTraders, followed by Sixto Sanchez of the Marlins, also going to KZ, Yordan Alvarez of Houston, a futurist, Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds to KZ.com. Then we've got Jaron Duran of Bowman Chrome. And then out of 25, it is CJ Abrams of the San Diego Padres. That's out of orange out of 25. And that is going to Jamie. Love the fireworks in BT Park. You are right, Brett. Right there. I'm with you. Andrew Delcast of the White Sox, Jordan Groshans of the Blue Jays, Nolan Jones of Cleveland. And folks, we promised Sean Williams, the senior writer from the Fin Maniacs, would be on tonight, and he is in-house. And while he does write for the Dolphins blog, he knows a bit about basketball and will be jumping on the mic with us for the next break, which is the Panini Prism Fast Break. We've got Jacob deGrom from the Mets, Mike Clevenger of the Padres, Matt Chapman of the A's, Javier Baez of the Cubs, followed by a Bowman Scouts Top 100 RC, Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, going to Mr. CEO. Then we got Clayton Beater of Bowman Chrome and Marco Luciano of the San Francisco Giants, followed by Tyler Soderstrom of the A's, Gunnar Henderson of the Orioles, and JJ Blade of the Marlins. We got Whit Merrifield of Kansas City, Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels going to Jim. That's a big rook right there. Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Michael. Then we've got a Spencer Howard RC of the Philadelphia Phillies going to a different Michael. Then we've got Kettle Marte of the Diamondbacks, followed by Aaron Sabato, Bowman Chrome, Bowman first. And then a Freitas Nova Bowman Chrome of the Astros with a lot going on there. Followed by Geraldo Padroma of the Diamondbacks, Brett Batty of the Mets, and Jackson Rutledge of the Nationals. And if you go to our football tab, you can see the Panini Prism breaks. Prism 30 will get you 30% off all of our Prism draft pick breaks here on the Prism Draft Night release party, or Prism release party. Joey Votto of Cincinnati, Keston Hiura of Milwaukee, Buster Posey of the San Francisco Giants, Garrett Cole of the Yankees, and then we've got a silver Alex Baum of the Phillies, and that is going to Michael. Followed up by Austin Martin of the Toronto Blue Jays, Bowman Chrome first. Then we've got O'Neal Cruz of the Pirates, Blake Walston of Arizona, Trevor Larnach of the Twins, and Nick Lodolo of Cincinnati. We've got Austin Meadows of Tampa Bay, Chris Bubik of the Kansas City Royals. And that's going to Henry, followed by Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds, and that's going to be going to KZ.com. And then Anderson Tejada of the Texas Rangers going to AF. And then it's a positional promise, Zach Veen with the Colorado Rockies, and that is going to Andrew. A Bowman Chrome, Michael Twiglia of the Rockies, Daniel Lynch of Kansas City, Freitas Novo of Houston, Jeter Downs of Boston, and then Ivan Johnson Bowman first of Cincinnati, and that is going to KZ.com. Dalton Varsho of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Andrew. And then we've got Brady Singer of Kansas City. Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals going to Henry. Then it's Alex Moran of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Michael. And Nolan Arenado of the Rockies. Then we've got Christian Robinson, Bowman Scouts Top 100, Braden Shoemake, Bowman Chrome, Isaiah Green of the Mets, Bowman Chrome, Miguel Amaya of the Cubs, Matthew Thompson of the White Sox, and DL Hall of the Orioles. Compass Sports Cards, great to see you back with us. Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals, Aaron Judge of the Yankees, Mike Yastrzemski of San Francisco, Bo Bichette of Toronto, a futurist Emerson Hancock of the Seattle Mariners going to Danny Diamonds, Nolan Jones, Bowman Chrome of Cleveland. Then we've got Gunnar Henderson of Baltimore, Bowman Chrome, Nick Allen of the A's, Andrew Vaughn of the White Sox, and Nick Yorke of Boston. We've got Trevor Bauer of Cincinnati, Jorge Soler of Kansas City, Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins going to KZ.com, Alex Kirilloff of the Twins, and then we've got a silver Aaron Judge of the Yanks going to KZ.com. Followed by JJ Blade of the Marlins and Jose Salas of the Marlins. This one, Bowman Chrome First Edition. Both those going to KZ.com. We've got Forrest Whitley of Houston, Yunicio Diaz of Baltimore, and Oswald Peraza of the Yanks. You did. You did hit that pretty, Hendrick. Yes, thanks for joining us here. Hopefully, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off any of your first order at BreakTraders.com. We have Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds. Jose Garcia, followed by Andres Jimenez of the Mets. And then we've got Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals. And that is going to Cynthia. Followed up by Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers. We have a talent pipeline of the Tigers. Riley Green, Matt Manning, and Zach Short. Followed up by Brett Batty, Bowman Chrome of the Mets. Jackson Rutledge of the Nationals. We've got an Austin Martin Bowman first of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners and Daniel Espino of Cleveland. Max Kepler of the Twins, followed by Gleyber Torres of the Yankees, Blake Snell of Tampa Bay, Yu Darvish of Chicago, and Evan White RC of the Seattle Mariners going to Danny Diamonds. Then that's a Bowman Scott's top 100. Trevor Larnach, Bowman Chrome, Jeremy De La Rosa of the Nationals, Bowman Chrome first. And then a regular Jeremy De La Rosa, Bowman first of the Nationals. Followed up by Eddie Diaz, Bowman first of the Colorado Rockies, going to Andrew, and Garrett Mitchell to close that one out. And we have one pack left in this break. And it looks like that Topps Tier 1 card random just closed. Topps Tier 1 card random. I'm excited to rip into that tonight. We've got two new baseball products that we're going to be opening tonight now. We've got T-Man with the Topps Finest Personal, and then we've got that Tier 1. We've got Tariq Skubal of the Detroit Tigers, followed by Clark Schmidt of the Yankees. And Tristan McKenzie, RC of Cleveland. Then we've got Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves. Sean will be on mic in a minute. Then we've got a futurist, Garrett Mitchell, this one out of 150. So let's let those fireworks roam like it's a Friday night at Frontier Field here in Rochester. And that futurist out of 150 is going to Jim with the Brewers. We've got Nick Lodolo, Bowman Chrome, Jeter Jones of the Red Sox, Michael Twiglia of the Rockies, a Hunil Choi, Bowman first of the Dodgers, and then Austin Hendrick of Cincinnati. All right, let's run down these rookies. Then we'll go through the featured cards, and then we'll do our giveaway, and then we're to the hardwood. Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals going to Cynthia, followed by Andres Jimenez of the Mets going to Andrew. Jose Garcia of the Reds going to KZ. Alex Kirilov of the Twins going to Jim. Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins to KZ. Brady Singer of the Royals going to Vavas. Dalton Varsho of the Diamondbacks to Andrew. Anderson Tejada of the Rangers going to BreakTraders first-timer Foz. Tyler Stevenson of the Reds going to KZ. Chris Bubik of Kansas City going to Vavas. Spencer Howard of the Phillies going to Michael. Brian Hayes of the Pirates going to Michael. Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins to KZ. Luis Garcia of the Nationals to KZ. Garrett Crochet of the White Sox going to Jamie. Sam Huff of the Rangers going to Foz. Tanner Hook of the Red Sox to Crimson King. Luis Campusano of the Padres and Jake Cronenworth of the Padres are both going to Jamie. Debbie Garcia of the Yanks going to KZ. Casey Mize of Detroit to Jamie. Jazz Chisholm of Miami going to KZ. Letty Traveris of Texas to Foz. Evan White of Seattle to Danny. Braylon Marquez of the Cubs going to Mr. CEO. Christian Javier of Houston going to Michael, followed by Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles going to Andrew. Then we've got Evan White of the Mariners. This Bowman Scouts top 100 going to Danny Diamonds. A futurist, Emerson Hancock of the Mariners, also going to Danny Diamond. And after him, it's Alex Bombaran of the Phillies going to Michael. Then we've got Alex Baum again to Michael. Joe Adele of the Angels going to Jim. Braylon Marquez of the Cubs going to Mr. CEO. Austin Hendrick of the Reds going to KZ. Rookie of the Year favorites Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants going to KZ. Nick Montagrill of the White Sox to Jamie. Rookie of the Year favorites Alex Baum of the Phillies to Michael. Luis Patino of the Padres going to Jamie. Then we've got Kybert Ruiz of the Dodgers going to Jim. Bobby Delbeck of Boston going to Crimson King. Christian Pache of the Braves to Andrew. We've got the futurist Spencer Torkelson going to Jamie. Luis Robert of the White Sox to Jamie. Rookie of the Year favorites Evan White of the Mariners to Danny Diamond. Then we've got futurist Riley Green of the Tigers going to Jamie. And now on to our featured cards. We are getting a lot of chance for Sean. They are excited for him, that's for sure. We've got an Austin Hendrick out of 150 going to BreakTraders First Timer Compass Sports Cards with the Cincinnati, or going to KZ.com with the Cincinnati Reds. Then we've got a futurist Garrett Mitchell out of 150 going to Jim with the Brewers. Then we've got out of 125 the CJ Abrams, or out of 25 CJ Abrams of the Padres going to Jamie. And then our big hit is our Bowman First Auto Gabriel Arias of Cleveland going to Danny Diamond. And that is the end of break 851. You'll have to give an H next, Brett. All right, and we are going to be on the hardwood in just a moment. Alrighty, we are here. It's break 852, and with that, we have Sean Williams, the senior writer for the Fin Maniacs blog, joining us this evening as well. Welcome, Sean.
Hey, how's it going? Excited to be here.
Yeah, it's going great. I know that you're a football enthusiast and a football writer, but I also know you're a lifelong Lakers fan and really do follow basketball. So I figured, why not have you start joining us with this Prism Fast Break. So here we go. We're gonna jump into it. It's break 852, the 2021 Prism Fast Break. Pick your team. So feel free to just let me know any of your thoughts on any of the players that we pull here this evening. Alrighty. We're going with Sequoia Demboya of the Pistons, and that's going to Robin. Robin, welcome to BreakTraders. Remember, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. Then we've got Luke Kennard with the Pistons, DeMar DeRozan with the Spurs, a Disco Harry Giles Jr. of the Sacramento Kings going to Carl, followed up by a Patrick Beverley. Not too exciting of a pack right there.
No, not at all.
We got Gary Harris of the Nuggets, followed by Devontae Graham of the Hornets, a Disco Isaac Okoro RC of the Cavs, and that's going to T-Page. Then we've got a Downtown Russell Westbrook and Terrence Davis from the Raptors. What do you think of Isaac Okoro's outlook, Sean?
I mean, he's got a ways to go. He had a little bit of a slow start to the rookie year. He also plays for the Cavs, and they're not too great. So we'll see.
We will see. And that's the variation there. We've got Tim Duncan of the Spurs, and then we've got a James Wiseman RC of Golden State. James Wiseman of Golden State, and that's going to be going to Anthony.
Love James Wiseman though.
Yeah, he's a pretty solid player. The Golden State really got super lucky with this whole injury to Steph Curry to getting a top pick last year. We got a blue Dorian Finney-Smith out of 175. Ooh, we've got a question in the chat here, Sean. What do you think? Who's a bigger flopper? LeBron James or Russell Westbrook? Then we've got Josh Okogie of Minnesota and Frank Ntilikina of the Knicks.
So, as a Lakers fan, I'm also a big anti-LeBron fan, so I'm going to go with LeBron because, to me, he takes the title of just softest player in the NBA regardless. So. Softest
player in the NBA. What a take. Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors, Darius Garland of the Cavs. We got a CJ Ellerby RC of the Portland Trailblazers, and that's going to Kevin. Kevin, welcome to BreakTraders. Great to see you. Then we've got Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks and a Disco Chris Paul of the Oklahoma City Thunder, now of the Phoenix Suns. And holy smokes, is he putting them on his back?
He's having a playoffs for sure. I was talking to people last night. I told them I think they're going to the chip.
That'd be great. I would have no complaints there. We've got Royce O'Neal of the Jazz, Cameron Johnson of the Suns, a Tyrese Maxey RC of the 76ers going to Nick. And then we've got a widescreen Kawhi Leonard and Daniel Tice of the Celtics. We got another question for you here, Sean. Do you believe Tyler Hero is an up-and-coming player, up-and-coming star, or do you think he's just going to be a middle-of-the-road player?
Tyler Hero disappointed me this year after coming out hot and being a big part of their championship run last year. I almost feel like he needs to refocus on basketball and kind of stay away from the Instagram models if he wants to take that next step in his career.
Got it. Rudy Gay of the Spurs, Devin Booker of the Suns, and then we've got a Savon Lee. This is out of 75. Out of 75, Savon Lee of the Pistons. That's a solid hit for Robin in their first time with BreakTraders. Then we've got Kevin Knox the second of the Knicks, and Miles Bridges of the Hornets to wrap up that pack. Cynthia agreed with your LeBron take, by the way. She's a believer that he's the flopper. I didn't even think Westbrook was known for flopping. I thought he's one of the hardest players in the league. Blake Griffin of the Pistons. We've got Elijah Hughes RC of the Jazz going to Nick. Then we've got Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Dennis Schroeder Disco of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Eden, followed by the Thunder from Down Under, Steven Adams. We've got Jackson Hayes of the New Orleans Pelicans, followed by Contavious Caldwell-Pope of the Lakers, a Cassius Stanley RC of the Indiana Pacers going to Austin. Austin, welcome to BreakTraders. Great to see all these new faces tonight. We've got a Fearless Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks, and Giannis came through, and the Bucks had a nice victory on Thursday night there against the Nets, followed by Wesley Matthews with the Bucks as well. Alrighty, after this pack, we will be halfway through this break. Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, Joe Ingles of the Jazz, a red Kevin Porter Jr. of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Rebecca. Then we've got Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies and Thomas Satoransky of the Bulls.
Watch Kevin Porter. Once he got to Houston, he really started to light it up. So he could be someone who has a big jump next year.
Awesome. Kevin Porter You heard it here first. Put him on your watch list. Malik Monk of the Hornets, and then a Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks going to Adrian. Adrian, welcome to Break Traders. Great to see you. Hope you get into some of our other breaks tonight. Remember, it's the Prism release party, so we're doing 30% off all of our Prism draft pick breaks. We got Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers. Then it's Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards, and that's a disco, and that's going to Crimson King. Followed by Ivica Zubac of the Clippers. LaMelo Ball. Sean, is LaMelo Ball the real deal or just another overhyped player?
He's definitely better than his brother, in my opinion. It's hard to argue with the season he had once he got put into the starting lineup. I expect him only to get better.
Expect him only to get better. Brett asks how's it feel to have people constantly misspelling your name, but that's you don't see the chat, so you don't realize everyone's spelling you EAN. Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Jazz, Brooke Lopez of the Bucks, and here's our auto, and it's going to be David Robinson, fast break.
That's a nice card.
It is, but it's a very disappointing auto in this product. Sean's not a big trading card enthusiast, so he wouldn't realize we're chasing the rookie autos in the Prism Fast Break product. A fearless LeBron James of the Lakers going to Anthony.
Haha, fearless.
Then Carmelo Anthony of the Portland Trailblazers. I also like that card, and I really like David Robinson. Like, just the Admiral, just an absolute monster of a big man. And that's a good get for Zach in his first break with Break Traders. Michael Porter Jr. of the Nuggets. Then we got Udoka Azubuike of the Jazz. Sean likes the Lakers, but dislikes LeBron. Then we've got Josh Okogie of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Chris. That's a blue one there. Then we got James Harden of the Rockets and Cam Reddish of the Hawks. The Hawks really kind of gave up last night.
Yeah, they're struggling with Hunter out for the rest of the season, and Cam Reddish isn't back. They're a team that's going to be real dangerous next year or the year after, though.
Paul Millsap of the Nuggets, Colin Sexton of the Cavs. We got Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics going to Jacob in Jacob's first break, and then a disco Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs going to Adrian. And Juan Gomez of the Timberwolves going to Chris. We've got Kobe White of the Bulls, followed by Joe Harris of the Nets, Miles Turner of the Pacers, of Fireworks Kyrie Irving, and Troy Brown Jr. of the Washington Wizards. Alrighty, 4 packs left. Week break so far. Let's see if we can turn this around. Danilo Gallinari of the Thunder, Desmond Bane of the Memphis Grizzlies. Then we've got CJ McCollum Silver of the Trailblazers going to Kevin in Kevin's first break with us. Welcome. Lou Williams of the Clippers and Anthony Davis of the Lakers. I wonder if Kyrie's still a flat earther, Brett. Like, I know he was, but like, you gotta do those people just get smarter? Like, I'm not sure what happens when you're a flat Earth believer there. Allen Iverson of the Sixers, Skylar Mars of the Atlanta Hawks going to Matthew. Then we've got Kendrick Nunn of the Heat and a Disco Zion of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Jonathan. Disco Zion Williamson and Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves to finish that pack, and we've got 2 left. Got it. John Perillo disagrees with your LeBron take, but he likes your LaMelo Ball take. He's a big LeBron fan. 1 in 1,000 you meet believe the earth is flat. Interesting. Jeff Teague of the Hawks, Montrezl Harrell of the Clippers, and we've got Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons, and then we've got the throwback Kevin Durant of the Nets going to Garrett in his first break here.
You know, I saw Kevin Durant in his rookie year when he was playing in Seattle. Lost in double overtime to Kobe, who had like 49 points, including the game winner in double OT. That was quite the experience. Ben
Simmons of the Sixers. I remember when you went to that game. Yeah, I mean, and if you're like Kyrie Irving, like, you have so much money, you could just like travel around the world once in a plane, like, without stopping. And that cost you like one of your game checks, if that. Matt Dellavedova of the Cavs, Langston Galloway of the Pistons, and then a red Zion right there going, and that's out of 125, and that's going to Jonathan. Wow, if this was last year's product, we'd be having a hell of a break right now. And then we've got Austin Rivers of the Rockets and Kyrie Irving of the Nets to finish them off. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies and then get into our featured cards. Killian Hayes of the Pistons going to Robin, followed by Skylar Mars of the Hawks going to Matthew. Desmond Bane of the Grizzlies going to Jonathan. Aaron Naismith of the Celtics going to Jacob. Udeka Azubuike of the Jazz going to Nick. Tyler Bay of the Mavs to Adrian. Cassius Stanley of the Pacers going to Austin. Elijah Hughes of the Jazz to Nick. Tyrese Maxey of the Sixers going to Nick. And CJ Ellerby of the Trailblazers going to Kevin. And now on to our featured cards. We've got the Isaac Okoro Disco variation of the Cleveland Cavs going to Rebecca, followed by the Denny Avajado Disco of the Wizards going to Crimson King. Then we've got a James Wiseman base RC of the Golden State Warriors going to Anthony, followed up by a Savon Lee purple out of 75 of the Detroit Pistons going to Robin, followed by the double Zions here, the disco and then the red disco, and those are going to Jonathan. And then the Kevin Durant throwback, and then our auto to finish it off is David Robinson, the Admiral of the Spurs, and that's going to Zach. And that's the end of break number 852. Alrighty, folks. We are going to take a break, but before we do, we're going to do our next movie keyword. Alrighty, our movie keyword. Are we ready, John?
I will be right on here.
All right, this keyword is talent. Is talent. You have 1 minute. 1 minute or to guess the movie as soon with talent. Wet Hot American Summer is correct. Is correct. That's Brett Diddley, Brett getting that one. Oh, look, didn't even have to change the background here because we got the 2019-20 Chronicles. The PJ Washington Jr. Luminance RC, followed by Kevin Porter Jr. RC. Then we've got the RJ Barrett RC and a Zion RC and a James Harden marquee. What a break that was for Brett. Or not a break, but what a giveaway. What a giveaway. Alrighty, folks. We will be back in 5 minutes with BreakTraders Late Night. Alrighty, we are back with BreakTraders Late Night, and we are going to be getting into our Prism Draft Picks break. First up, we're going to have a Prism Draft Pick Hobby Hybrid, and then in a couple more breaks, we're going to get into the Prism Draft Picks. Oh, that one also a hybrid. So would love to see some of these Prism hobbies move this evening as well. That would be great to see. I would love to dive into that. We've got quite a few, and we are running 30% off of all those with the promo code PRISM30. And to find all of those, you have to go to our football tab. We're having a bit of an issue on the homepage, but we are working on resolving that right now as we speak. But we will be launching into those shortly. All right, but first I want to introduce Sean Williams. He's a senior writer from the FinManiacs.com. Sean, tell us a little bit about your blog.
Yeah, so I have a weekly podcast, and I do some writing for the website. Obviously, with the FinManiacs, it's predominantly Dolphins coverage, but I like to think that in order to know what you're talking about with the Dolphins, you need to know what you're talking about with the whole NFL. So I put a lot of work in through the month of March and April, scouting just about every rookie that was in the class and stuff like that. So any questions about any of these guys, hopefully I have a little bit of insight.
Perfect. I'm sure you will. John, when you get a chance, if I could get some sleeves, that would be wonderful. But here we go, folks. We're into our first Prism Draft Picks. This one, the hybrid pick your team, and I'm looking forward to this right here. Sean, right before we get started here, they would like to hear your honest take on Tua's rookie season.
Not good. It wasn't bad, and I think everyone needs to relax. They entered Buffalo in Week 17 with a win and you're in. Guy was coming off a potentially career-ending injury, didn't get much rehab. I think bringing in Waddle and Fuller and everything they did this offseason, I think going into year 2, he doesn't have many excuses. So
that's true. He doesn't. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 798, the 2021 Panini Prism Draft Picks Hobby Hybrid H2. We got 5 cards per pack, 12 packs per box. We've got Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings, followed by Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks. And then we've got a red disco Teddy Bridgewater right there. That's a disco of Bridgewater. And then it's our first big QB, and it's Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that is going to Lucas. And following that one up, boom, 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 it is Justin Fields. Justin Fields with the Chicago Bears, and that's going to Haley. Who do you think is going to be the best out of those two, Sean?
I'm going to go with neither. I think it's two talented quarterbacks that didn't go to the best systems for them. It's hard to trust Matt Nagy and Ryan Price. They probably shouldn't still have their jobs. And Urban Meyer's kind of weirding me out with some of the things he's been discussing and doing since he took over. I just don't like the fit in Jacksonville. I think people are going to be disappointed.
Yeah, interesting look there. We've got Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, followed by Derek Carr of the Las Vegas Raiders. And then we've got a Carson Wentz Blue Disco Prism of the Indianapolis Colts. I'm a big believer in Carson Wentz this year. I think he's going to have a real bounce back season. We've got Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys going to Carl. And then we've got Daz Newsome of the Chicago Bears going to Haley.
Look out for him. I really like him. to kind of come out of nowhere and be a reliable slot guy sooner rather than later.
For Daz right there?
For Daz, yeah.
A weapon for Justin Fields. Alrighty. We've got Henry Ruggs, the third of the Las Vegas Raiders, followed by Cam Newton of the Patriots. And then here we go. It's an All-Americans group. Can't wait to be screaming that at the Ralph after he sacks Tua this early this year. And that is a Groot All-Americans, and that is going to Carl.
Real quick, I just need to let everybody know, I had to convince Joe that was actually a good draft pick by the Bills on draft night. So
we've got Kadarius Toney, the Crusade of the New York Football Giants, and then a Sam Ehlinger of the Indianapolis Colts going to Cade. We've got some questions if you think Laviscus would be is a good match for Trevor Lawrence, but let's get into this pack and you can answer right after this one. 1 second. We've got Todd Gurley of the Falcons, followed by Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team, Larry Fitzgerald of Arizona Cardinals, and then we've got Trevon Moehrig of the Las Vegas Raiders, and an All-Americans Base Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Cade.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty high on Laviska Shenault. If you play fantasy, I would try and get him while he costs less. I think he could be a really big weapon, and I liked what he did at times last year with no quarterback. So,
I also big believer in Laviscus. I like him more than Chark actually, but that's just me. Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Gardner Minshew of the Jaguars. Then we've got a Patrick Surtain Disco RC of the Denver Broncos, and that's going to Corey. Followed up by Hamilcar Rashad Jr. of the New York Jets, and that's going to Lucas. And Elijah Mitchell of the San Francisco 49ers, formerly of the Raging Cajuns, and that's going to Lucas. One funny question, then one real question. Do you think Dan Marino holds the football laces out when holding the football for kickers? I don't even...
I mean, that's an Ace Ventura reference. I don't know. I don't know when quarterbacks stopped holding the ball. It's usually been punters for the longest.
And then right after this pack, you can let T-Man know how you think the Dolphins' offensive line will be this year. First, we've got Brandon Ayuk for the 49ers, Lamar Jackson for the Ravens. Then we've got the Silver Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos, followed up by a Crusades Rondale Moore of Arizona, and an All-Americans Hamilcar Rashad Jr. of the New York Jets.
So I think what you're going to see with the Dolphins' offense this year is the offensive line I actually am kind of a fan of, but the style of offense that they'll play with Waddle and Fuller on the field, it's going to keep defenses from playing the box and stacking up on the run. Having dynamic threats like that, you have to be accountable for them. So I don't think the offensive line is going to be as much of an issue as it was last year when 3 of them were rookies.
Got it. We've got Aaron Jones with the Packers, Julio Jones with the Falcons, then a Blue Disco Jimmy Garoppolo of the San Francisco 49ers. It'll be interesting to see how long he keeps his job this year. Followed by a Crusade Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Lucas, and then a Devonta Smith going to Cynthia with the Philadelphia Eagles. Mac Jones and Kyle Trask. What do you think? What do you think about them? Give us 15 seconds on Mac Jones right now.
I mean, he's going to a team that is best known for scheming the best schemes for their players. I'm not a Cam Newton guy, so I think Mac Jones will get in there rather quickly, and it's the Patriots, so you can't count them out.
Carson Wentz base, followed by Larry Fitzgerald. Then we've got this one a blue All-Americans group of the Buffalo Bills going to Carl. Not a bad break for Carl so far. Then we've got Rashad Bateman with the Ravens, and Pat Fryermuth with the Pittsburgh Steelers. This one, a All-Americans, and that's going to Cade.
Let's try and get the better University of Miami pass rusher, Jalen Phillips.
They've also got a third that was Quincy Roche is now on the Steelers.
Yeah, I like him too, and the Steelers always have pass rushers, so I'm sure he'll be.
We have Jimmy Garoppolo, followed by Brandon Cooks, and an auto, it's going to be Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans, and that's going to Lucas right there. Followed up by Asante Samuel Jr., Asante Samuel of the Los Angeles Chargers going to T-Man, and Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens going to Cody. T-Man asks, is Josh Allen really to his daddy? Satay has told us all about the family lineage there.
Sure, but at the end of the day, Xavier Howard has been Josh Allen's father, so I expect that to continue next year.
Interesting. As soon as we finish this pack, let us know what non-rookie QB you think is going to have a breakout season this coming season. We've got Dak Prescott from the Cowboys, Jerry Jeudy from the Broncos, Caleb Farley Red Disco from the Tennessee Titans going to Lucas. We've got a Crusade, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Lucas, and then a Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Carl.
Breakout quarterback this year. I don't know if I have one, and I'm not going to just play Homer with Tua. But I liked your take earlier. I expect Carson Wentz to get back on track.
Carson Wentz. Baker Mayfield of the Browns, Kenyon Drake, followed by Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, and that's going to Cade. Then we've got Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Cynthia, and Joseph Osai of the Washington Football Team going to Lucas as well. And now we have one pack left in this Prism Draft Picks Hobby Hybrid break.
Let's go Jalen Waddle.
Harry Hood picking Daniel Jones as his breakout QB pick. Shan would be thrilled to hear that.
He would. Unfortunately, that team is a mess on offensive line and defense.
Allen Robinson the second, Chris Carson, followed by a Carlos Boogie Basham pink out of 20. The pink out of 20 of the Buffalo Bills going to Carl. It'll be curious to see which of those two defensive ends does a better job. Then we've got T. Higgins out of 50. T. Higgins out of 50 for Cincinnati going to Lucas, followed by a Crusade Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Haley, and then a All-Americans Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans going to Lucas. Alrighty, we are going to run these rookies down, and then we'll get into our featured cards. The All-Americans Caleb Farley of the Titans, followed by Justin Fields of the Bears. And we've got Joseph Osai of the Washington Football Team, Jamie Newman of the Eagles, Kwity Paye of the Colts, Carlos Boogie Basham of the Bills, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, the Red Disco Caleb Farley of the Titans, Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens, Asante Samuel Jr. of the Los Angeles Chargers, the All-Americans Pat Fryermuth of the Steelers, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, and Blue All-Americans Greg Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills. And then we have a Devonta Smith of the Eagles, a Crusade Kyle Pitts, an All-Americans Hamaklar Rashad Jr. of the New York Jets, Rondale Moore of Arizona, Elijah Mitchell of the San Francisco 49ers, Hamaklar again of the New York Jets. Then we've got the All-Americans Najee Harris, Trevon Moring of the Las Vegas Raiders, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Daz Newsome of the Chicago Bears, and Micah Parsons of the Cowboys. And now on to our featured cards. But first, Sean, does anyone circle the wagons like the Buffalo Bills, was the question asked here in the chat.
Sadly, no. Being a lifelong Dolphins fan in Western New York, I have been full exposure to Bills Mafia.
We've got Sam Ellinger of the Indianapolis Colts, Justin Fields of the Bears, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars. Our auto is Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans. We've got the Patrick Surtain, and that is not numbered, but that is blue, of the Denver Broncos. Then we've got the pink out of 20, Carlos Boogie Basham, and the red All-Americans Groot to finish up that pick. And that is the end of break 798. Alrighty, folks. We are now going to dive into our legacy break, but first we're going to do our giveaway for talent. So you have a minute to type talent in the chat. Talent in the chat. Let's share it. Talent in. Alrighty. John, can we get a countdown here?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is John Perillo.
John Perillo with the Upper Deck Young Guns Hockey. We've got Colin White, Brock Nelson, Jacob Chichurin, The Portraits, Pierre-Luc Dubas, Rasmus Dahlin, Drew Doherty, Noah Hannafin, and Carter Hart. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is going to be break 816, the 2021 Legacy One Box Pick Your Team. And folks, remember 30% off all Prism breaks using promo code PRISMDP30. It looks like a Pick Your Division 856 just closed as well. Alrighty, let's get into this legacy break. Marvin is ready to go. He's got quite a few in this one. The Legends, Marshall Falk of the Rams, followed by Antonio Gibson of the Washington football team. We got Drew Brees of the Saints, Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs, Devontae Parker of the Dolphins, Joe Thomas of the Browns, a rookie Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Mario. And then we have Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions going to Mario as well. Mario with the first two rookies right there. You know much about Jamar Jefferson?
Yeah, I liked him as a middle round running back. Good one cut guy. He's playing behind Swift, so I don't really know the impact he'll have, but he's a nice back.
Nice. Awesome. We got Mark Brunell of the Jaguars, Amari Cooper of the Cowboys, DeAndre Swift of the Lions, Tyler Boyd of the Bengals. Our first mini of the night. This one is a Legends Tony Gonzalez bronze mini out of 75. And then we've got a Stephon and Trevon Diggs Generations card that we will be randomizing right at the end of this break, followed by Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts and Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. What do you think of Kellen Mond? RG3 saying that he'll start this year.
He was actually one of my favorite quarterbacks in this draft. He does a lot of things really well if he cleans up his accuracy. He's in a decent situation with the wide receivers they got in Minnesota.
And we've got 5 spots left in the Prism Draft Picks College Football Hobby One Box Pick Your Team. 3 spots left in the Chronicles Pick Your Division. 16 spots in the Mosaic Hobby No Huddle One Box PYT. And we've got a lot of basketball breaks available tonight. Zach Thomas of the Dolphins, followed by Keenan Allen of the Chargers, Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks, Allen Robinson II of the Bears, Mark Andrews of the Ravens, and then we've got a bronze, I forget if this is a burnt orange, out of 299, the Groot rookie, followed by Sam Ellinger of the Colts, and Justin Fields of the Bears. Sam Ellinger, do you even see him making the Colts roster? I mean, last year they drafted Jacob Eason. That was a highly valued rookie in the 2020 class. What do you think of Sam Ellinger?
I think he's probably going to be pretty irrelevant. Real quick, fun story. I was actually at the draft doing coverage for the Fin Maniacs, and I ran into the NFL Hall of Fame president, Carl David Baker, and asked him when Zach Thomas is getting in. He said he sees it in the next 2 years, so that was kind of cool.
Nice, that's awesome. It is Groot, like I am Groot. We've got Charles Woodson of the Oakland Raiders, followed by Michael Pittman Jr. of the Colts, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers, Cam Akers of the Rams, a silver rookie, Justin Fields of the Bears, going to Haley. Now, no surprise that Haley has the Bears there, chasing the Ohio State Buckeyes. Timeless Talents, Patrick Mahomes. We've got a Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons. He was an undrafted free agent acquisition. Are you surprised by that? You can tell us right after this. Davis Mills from Houston.
He's kind of one of those new like hybrid weapon guys that he's not really going to play running back. He's going to do a little bit of everything. I think he'll have his place, especially after they got rid of Julio.
We've got Warren Sapp of the Buccaneers, Austin Eckler of the Chargers, Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, Kenny Galladay of the Lions. We've got Robert Woods of the Rams, and then it's a thick boy, but it's a filler right there, followed by a flashbacks Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. Then we've got Najee Harris of the Steelers and TJ Vasher of the Cowboys. TJ Vasher, another undrafted free agent signing there.
So Joe can tell you, I was pounding my fists on the table for Najee Harris, and when I was live at the draft, and they didn't pick him at 18, and the Steelers were up, and I heard it come out of their mouth. That was a sad moment for me.
Question: do you think Brady White will get picked up? He's an undrafted free agent QB. We've had to randomize a lot of his autos, so hopefully he does.
Yeah, I'm sure as we get into training camp and injuries and practice squads get set.
Warren Sapp of the Buccaneers, Darren Waller of the Raiders, followed by DK Metcalf of the Seahawks. Then we've got LaMichael Perine of the Jets. And we're pulling our first auto here, and it is a Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers, what do you think of him?
I wasn't a huge fan until he got drafted by the Panthers, reuniting him with Joe Brady from LSU. So that could actually be a pretty interesting fit.
And that is out of 25 right there, out of 25. We've got Ray Lewis of the Ravens, followed by Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos and Patrick Jones, the second of the Minnesota Vikings. Brett asks, he's got a out of 10 rookie patch auto, Sage Surratt of the Lions. He was an undrafted free agent signing. What do you think the outlook on Sage Surratt should be?
I like Sage Surratt. He has a couple things to clean up, but going to Detroit where they're completely devoid of wide receivers, couldn't have a better opportunity.
Champ Bailey of the Broncos, followed by Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, David Johnson of the Texans, Calvin Ridley of the Falcons, Jared Goff of the Rams, and then we have an out of 150 Kenny Galladay. 150 Kenny Galladay. Then we've got Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers and Groot of the Buffalo Bills. Antonio Gibson from the Washington football team. Think he's going to have a year, or will he be hampered by that toe injury? What do you think?
Nope. I love Antonio Gibson. I think he's going to be a fun tool for Fitzpatrick.
Haley's going to love to hear you say that. She takes the Washington football team in a lot of breaks because she's a big Ohio State fan, personal collector, so was going after Chase Young and has gotten 1 million Antonio Gibsons. After this pack, if you could tell us your thoughts on Raymond Stevens. We've got LaDainian Tomlinson of the Chargers, Justin Herbert of the Chargers, Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, Jalen Reagor of the Eagles. Then we've got a bronze Amon-Ra St. Brown of USC and now of the Detroit Lions going to Mario, followed by John Elway of the Broncos, Jamie Newman of the Eagles, and Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers.
Are you talking about the running back for the Patriots, Ramondre Stevenson?
Yes.
Absolute bruiser, one of the hardest guys to tackle, and they like going running back by committee, so he should get some looks.
Perfect. And then after this, you can tell us about another New England Patriot rookie, and that's going to be Christian Barmore. We got Troy Polamalu, Legends, followed by Kirk Cousins of the Vikings, Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Kenyon Drake of the Cardinals, Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, a flashback, Keenan Allen of the Chargers, and here we go. It is Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's Trevor Lawrence, and that is going to Mario. And then following that up, we've got Kadarius Toney of the Giants.
Christian Barmore, great pick for a team that has very quickly rebuilt their defense. It was a bad defensive tackle class. He was one of the few standouts.
Nice. Yeah, that Patriots defense, definitely concerned about them. They got a lot of help coming back that didn't play because of COVID this past year. Brian Dawkins of the Eagles, Miles Sanders of the Eagles, Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, Deontay Johnson of the Steelers, DeAndre Hopkins of the Chargers. Then we have a Zeke Elliott out of 299, followed up by a Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens. That one's going to William. And J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers going to Derek.
Quick hot take. I expect Tylan Wallace to be more of an impact rookie receiver than Rashad Bateman in Baltimore.
Interesting. You can tell us why after this pack. We've got Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers, Devin White of Tampa Bay, Brandon Ayuk for the 49ers, Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, Joseph Osai Silver of the Washington football team. Another Generations, this one Antonio and Marquise Brown that we will randomize at the end of the break. Then we've got a Jalen Waddle rookie, Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to William. And then we've got Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans going to Derek.
Yeah, so Wallace is a little bit undersized like Bateman. They're actually pretty similar receivers, but you got to think that the defenses will be keying in more on Bateman. And Wallace actually does everything just like pretty good. So he's an interesting prospect.
Who do you like better, Mel Kiper Jr. or Todd McShay? 1, 2, 3, go.
Daniel Jeremiah.
All right. Brad apparently doesn't like to live in the box that you gave him. Mike Vrabel, Legends, Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, Jamison Crowder of the Jets, Chase Young of the Washington football team, and then we've got a mini silver, Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens, followed by a timeless talent, Dan Marino. Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Derek, and Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. Alrighty, we've got 4 packs left in this legacy box before we go to T-Man's personal. And folks, remember 30% off all Prism draft picks with the promo code PRISMDP. We got a couple breaks in the red zone right now. Would also love to see some basketball going this evening. Javon Curse, Legends, Brandon Cook of Houston, Julio Jones of the Falcons, Sonia Michelle of the Patriots, Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, a Steve Largent out of 199 Legends going to Derek with Seattle. Then we've got a rookies, Micah Parsons of the Cowboys, and Kyle Trask. What do you think about Kyle Trask in Tampa Bay?
I don't know if there's a better team you can get drafted to for someone who seems to have a lot of questions than Tampa. So we'll see. I like it.
Brett Diddley, Brett hates Sean Wade. Brett is an Ohio State grad. Can you validate his hatred?
I can. He's not very good.
Not very good. We've got Dwight Freeney from the Colts, Legends, Delvin Cook of the Vikings, TJ Watt of the Steelers, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals. Then we've got a Samuel Cosme of the Washington Football Team, Silver, followed by a flashback Aaron Rodgers, a Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Edvin, and Marlon Tupelutu of the Eagles going to William. He did agree with you. The Legends, Dan Marino, followed by Derek Carr of the Raiders, Raheem Mostert of the 49ers, Denzel Mim of the Jets, Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team. We have a filler followed up by a Aaron Rodgers, Decades of Dominance, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, and Dwame Brown of the Washington Football Team. Brett's very high on Dwame Brown. What do you think about him?
If he can get past his struggles with drops, he has a lot of the tools, the speed, and stuff to make an impact for sure.
Nice. Alrighty, here we go in our last pack before we randomize some generations. We got Ken Anderson of the Bengals, followed by Deshaun Watson of the Texans, Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins, and then here we go. What a sexy auto that is, and that is Groot of the Buffalo Bills going to Derek. Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs, followed by Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers, and Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team.
We gotta vote, or we gotta root for Patterson being a UB alum.
I agree. All right, let's randomize these. Antonio and Marquise Brown. 1, 2, 3 gets Antonio. 4, 5, 6 gets the card goes to the holder of the Ravens. It's a 2, so that's going to Tampa Bay and going to Mario. And then we're going to do the Stephon and Trevon Diggs. 1 through 3 goes to the Bills. 4, 5, 6 goes to the Cowboys. It's a 1, so that is going to Derek with the Bills. And let's run down these rookies. Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team, Chuba Hubbard of Carolina, Dwame Brown of the Washington Football Team, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, Marlon Tupelutu of the Eagles, Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, the Silver Samuel Cosme of the Washington Football Team, Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay, Micah Parsons of Dallas, Rashad Bateman of Baltimore, Carlos Boogie Basham of Buffalo, Sean Wade Minnie of the Ravens, Caleb Farley of the Titans, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Joseph Osai of the Joseph Osai of the Cincinnati Bengals, J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers, Tylan Wallace of the Ravens, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, Jamie Newman of the Eagles, Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions, Greg Rousseau of the Bills, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers, Patrick Jones II of the Vikings, Seth Williams of the Broncos, T.J. Vasher of the Cowboys, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Davis Mills of Houston, Javian Hawkins of the Falcons, Justin Fields Silver of the Bears, Justin Fields base, Sam Ellinger base of the Colts, Greg Rousseau of the Bills, Kellen Mond of the Vikings, Kwity Paye of the Colts, Jamar Jefferson of the Lions, and Mac Jones of the Patriots. Alrighty, let's get into the featured cards of this break. First, we've got the Trevor Lawrence base of the Jaguars going to Mario. And then our two autos, the Groot, and the Terrace Marshall. Groot is going to... Groot of the Bills is going to Derek, and Terrace Marshall of the Panthers is going to Derek as well. Not a bad break for Derek there, and that's the end of break 816. Alrighty, we will be right back from BreakTraders Park. Alrighty, we are back here for T-Man's personal break of this Topps Finest. T-Man, are you in the house? T-Man is in the house and ready to rock. There's no real differentiator of these ones. My left or my right? Which one do you want? We'll just go random. Left. Left. He wants the left. We've got it. I know you used to be a baseball guy, Sean. Are you anymore? Do you follow it, or?
I don't. I mean, I still like the Red Sox, but the only thing I really know this year is the Padres have been playing pretty well.
Baseball is definitely my weakest sport out of the big three that we do. We've got Ryan Mountcastle of the Baltimore Orioles. That's an RC. And that is obviously going to T-Man. And then we've got the auto. The auto in this mini right out of there. It is the Sheraton Apostle of the Texas Rangers. And then we have out of 250, Eloy Jimenez of the Chicago White Sox. Followed by Whit Merrifield of the Royals and JD Martinez of the Red Sox.
Quick side note, I think they should start doing golf trading cards.
They do have some. We might buy it and see, but we've tried new products. Like we tried the Panini Prism English Premier League, and I think that's been sitting at 19 spots available out of the 20 spots for 3 months. Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins, followed by Juan Soto of the Nationals. Then we've got Yohan Moncada of the White Sox. We've got Steven Strasburg of the Nationals and Anthony Rendon of the Angels. These are very pretty cards, T-Man. I mean, I'm kind of partial to those absolutes because, like, those memorabilia, the on-baseball rookie autos are super, super cool to me. Thank you. Appreciate that. If you go to our YouTube channel, Facebook user, you can enter into all our giveaways. We run them via Nitebot. So you have to be on YouTube. Javier Baez of the Cubs, Kyle Lewis of the Mariners, followed by a Masters Bryce Harper's, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays, and Rafael Devers of the Red Sox. Nightbot doesn't do the Facebook. We got Max Kepler of the Twins, followed by an Ian Anderson RC of the Atlanta Braves. And then it's going to be Luis Robert And that is out of 300 right there of the Chicago White Sox. Tristan McKenzie of the Cincinnati, of the Cleveland baseball team right there, followed by Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals. Oh, got it. Kevin, great to see you on. Thanks, man. We've got Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins. Sixto Sanchez followed by Trevor, Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Your Story of the Colorado Rockies. Then we got Mookie Betts of the Dodgers, an Evan White RC of the Mariners, and Michael Conforto of the Mets. I'll yell the goal. I don't need to be taking my shirt off, and sliding on my knees on this carpet would probably be a rough day for me. This is Shane, not Justin, Bieber of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by Matt Chapman, Legacy's Finest Masters, Lancey Walker, followed by Freddie Freeman of the Braves, and Gleyber Torres of the Yankees. The Freddie Freeman COVID story, very interesting and very scary as a professional athlete to think that you might never play again. I know The Athletic just did a great article with Tommy Sweeney of the Buffalo Bills going through a similar thing. And now we're into the second mini box for T-Man. We've got Bo Bichette of the Blue Jays, followed by our auto is Luis Campusano of the San Diego Padres. The auto's coming out early in this product. And then we've got a Charlie Blackmon out of 199 of the Colorado Rockies. And then to finish it up, it's a Charlie Blackmon base right there to follow up. And then Aaron Nola of the Phillies. And folks, again, just want to let everyone know, if you're going to the National Card Show in Chicago at the end of July, please give me a heads up. Shoot me an email at joe@breaktraders.com. Would love to meet as many of you in person as possible. We won't be breaking live from there because our setup is a little too intense to transfer that to Chicago, but I will most likely be there. Giancarlo Stanton of the Yankees, Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, Yordan Alvarez of Houston, Max Scherzer of Washington, and Kristen Yelich of Milwaukee. We've got Zach Greinke of the Houston Astros, Ke'Bryan Hayes of the Pirates, followed by a Max Kepler Masters. We've got Eloy Jimenez and Xander Bogaerts of Boston. And folks, not only does T-Man break with us, but he's also got an eBay store, and you can check it out. There's the link is in the chat. We've got Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins. I know right now we don't sell individual cards, but T-Man does. Also, whoever else on here is selling individual cards, happy to share links to your stores throughout our breaks for sure. Especially if you buy a personal, we'd be happy to promote that for you. Anthony Rizzo with the Cubs and Adalberto Mondesi. This one Thought it'd be numbered because it was flipped over, but it doesn't appear so. Then we've got a Luis Patino RC. And Nate Pearson of the Buffalo Blue Jays. Just kidding, the Toronto Blue Jays RC right there. I say let all the sports do steroids. They want to entertain. If they want to take the risk and get paid millions of dollars to do it, why not? No, I'm kind of kidding when I say that because it definitely doesn't level the playing field. But if you let everyone do it, it would. Jacob deGrom of the Mets. Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates. Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates. Then we've got Aaron Judge of the Yankees. Sam Huff of the Rangers. And Joe Adell of the Angels. Mr. CEO with Fieldhouse Collectibles on eBay as well. Josh Donaldson of the Twins. Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals. The Astros finest. This, I'm having trouble reading it when it's on. Carlos Correa. Then we've got the Dalton Varsho RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Braves. Yeah, no complaints if you drop it. I'm saying I'll drop them during people's personals as well. Dalton Varsho of, as long as you send it to me ahead of time, of Arizona. Then we have Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels. Sam Huff of Texas. Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates. Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays. Luis Patino of Tampa Bay. Jazz Chisholm of Miami. Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates. Evan White of Seattle. Sixto Sanchez of Miami. Dylan Carlson of St. Louis. Tristan McKenzie of Cincinnati, or of Cleveland. Then we have Ian Anderson of Atlanta. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins. And Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles. And now on to the featured cards. I mean, I think everyone should want to share their eBay store if they have one, because everyone's going to have different products for different folks. Different strokes for different folks, they say. Like, you know, Harry could have a card that Mr. CEO and T-Man doesn't have, and T-Man has cards that everyone else doesn't have, and it just goes around in a circle, and you guys could all could really do some great business with each other as well. Eloy Jimenez of the White Sox out of 250. Luis Robert out of 300 with the White Sox. Charlie Blackmon of the Rockies out of 199. And then our two autos to finish it off are Sherten Apostel and Luis Campusano. And there we go. T-Man's personal of the Topps Finest is done. If you want to see more Topps Finest, there is a card or a 3-team random available in the baseball listing. We're going to have that tier 1 to break here in a moment. I'm excited about that. Looks like we've got upcoming a Prism Hobby 1-box, our first Prism Hobby in quite a long time. Still waiting to close our first Prism Draft Picks Hobby 1-box. Pick your team. We'll be right back right now. Alrighty, we are back in a team random. We have a team random. This is break 649. Alrighty. Here we go. Prism break hobby football 1 box. Team random break 649. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. 7 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. All right, we will get those teams loaded. We'll let it run through once, and then we will rip. Alrighty, let's rip it. Yeah, Brett told me that, and I almost offered him a full-time job just to come live in Rochester for the summer so that we wouldn't have to miss out on him. But he's doing something he loves, so that works there. Alrighty. We've got Kyle Van Noy of the Dolphins. Then we've got Troy Polamalu of the Steelers, Lane Johnson of the Eagles, Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, Michael Vick of the Falcons, Joe Montana of the 49ers, Traquan Smith of the Saints, Aaron Rodgers of Green Bay. And then we've got an emergent Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos going to Brandon. Speaking of Brandon, I was on his podcast, and that got dropped yesterday. It's the Get Carded podcast. A lot of fun to listen to. It was a lot of fun to be on it. And we've got a James White blue prism, and that is going to be out of 99, the blue ice right there. And then we have Eno Benjamin with the Arizona Cardinals going to Harry, and a Patrick Queen RC of the Ravens going to Chad to wrap it up. I'm guessing Brett leaves in like a week or two. I know I worked at a sleepaway camp for 2 summers. It was definitely the most fun summer job I ever had. But we got there like June 20th, 22nd. Le'Veon Bell of the Jets, Jack Doyle of the Colts, Mitch Trubisky of the Bears, Tyrod Taylor of the Chargers, Derrick Henry of the Titans, Sterling Shepard of the Giants, Christian Kirk of the Cardinals, Harrison Smith of the Vikings. We've got a red wave coming up out of 149. First, Kyle Juszczyk of the 49ers. And then it's a red wave Cam Akers. Red wave Cam Akers right there going up to Kurt with the Los Angeles Rams. Brett joins BreakTraders this fall. He will definitely be providing background music. We've got Neville Gallimore of the Cowboys and Isaiah Coulter of the Houston Texans going to Brandon. Jonathan Ogden of the Ravens, Champ Bailey of the Broncos, Austin Eckler of the Chargers, Matt Stafford of the Lions, Greg Zuerlein of the Cowboys, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers, Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks, Delvin Cook of the Vikings, a fireworks Tyreek Hill, followed by a green of the Tyrod Taylor. Out of 175, the hyper of Tyrod Taylor. Then we've got a Colin Johnson of the Jaguars. What do you think of Colin Johnson, Sean?
It's a deep wide receiver room. He's big though. He's like 6'6", so I mean, there's always a spot for that.
Zach Moss of the Bills. Yeah, I'm pretty high on Colin Johnson because I feel like he could be a great red zone target. We've got Deshaun Watson of the Texans, followed by Derek Carr of the Raiders, Anthony Miller of the Bears, Antonio Gates of the Chargers, Cam Jordan of the Saints, Alan Lazard of the Packers, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Dante Culpepper of the Vikings, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, and then another hyper, this one out of 175, that's Le'Veon Bell of the Jets, going to Brandon. And then we've got Jeremy Chin of the Carolina Panthers. And then we've got a Herbie. And who knows, if you listen to that podcast, John, you may just hear a promo code. And that Herbie is going to Brandon. Nice Herbie right there. Jamal Adams, Kevin Byard, Darius Slayton, Sammy Watkins, George Kittle, Ian Thomas of the Panthers, Chris Carson of the Seahawks, a silver Cortland Sutton, followed by a blue wave Devontae Parker of the Dolphins. That's out of 199, and that's going to Brian. I know Sean's a big Devontae Parker fan. We got James Proshai of the Ravens, and then, oh boy, Haley, you may have been right. It's Tua of the Miami Dolphins going to Brian. And we're cooking with gas now. We're not even halfway through, and we've got a Herbie and a Tua. Sean, much higher on Tua than I am, for sure. We've got Quentin Nelson, Ed Reed, Cleveland Farrell, Evan Ingram of the Giants, Von Miller of the Broncos, Chris Godwin of the Bucks, Preston Smith of the Packers, DJ Moore of the Panthers, Jerry Weiss of the 49ers, and then we've got an orange out of 249, Aaron Donald of the Rams going to Kurt, followed up with Darrington Evans of the Titans, and Jake Luton of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Brandon. And if you're enjoying this Prism, we do have some other Prism breaks available right now that aren't the draft picks. We have a Prism Hobby 1-box pick your team plus random with 23 spots available in that one. We've got Mark Brunell of the Jaguars, Jarvis Landry of the Browns, Dwayne Haskins of the Washington Football Team, Kerryon Johnson of the Lions, Daniel Jones of the Giants, Bradley Chubb of the Broncos, Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, Ricky Jackson of the Saints, Josh Reynolds of the Rams, an orange Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks, followed by a T. Higgins RC. What are your thoughts on T?
T. Higgins was like my favorite rookie last year, but I'm a little concerned now that they got Jamar Chase. That's a real crowded wide receiver room.
And then we have a Yetur Gross-Matos of Carolina going to Danny. That T. Higgins was going to Harry Hood. We've got Denzel Ward of the Browns, James White of the Patriots, Brian Dawkins of the Eagles, Terrell Williams of the Raiders, Akeem Hicks of the Bears, Michael Gallup of the Cowboys, Darnell Savage of the Packers, Kenyon Drake of the Cardinals, Julio Jones of the Falcons, and we've got a green, hyper green, and this is going to be Delvin Tomlinson of the Giants out of 75, the green scope right there. Then we've got Denzel Mims of the Jets, and AJ Epineza of the Buffalo Bills. Denzel Mims going to Brandon, and AJ Epineza going to Danny.
Is AJ going to take a step forward this year?
I think he's going to take a big step forward. I just read another. I'm a big fan of The Athletic. Their Bills writers are pretty strong, and they just had a great article about AJ Epineza and how he stayed in Buffalo the entire offseason to get his weight right and everything. That's true. Joe Mixon should have a year. Darren Fells of the Texans, Curtis Martin of the Jets, Malcolm Butler of the Titans, Dexter Lawrence of the Giants, Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, Quan Short of the Panthers, Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks, Mike Evans of the Bucks, Nick Chubb of the Browns, and we've got the purple Julian Edelman out of 49, the purple power there, followed by Devin Asai of the Patriots and Kenneth Murray of the Chargers. That Patriot going to Brandon, and that Charger going to Brandon as well.
Happy to see Julian Edelman retire.
Yep, so am I. He had a great career, but I'm glad to see him no longer terrorizing the AFC East for sure. We've got Nick Chubb of the Browns, Ricky Williams of the Dolphins, Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, Adrian Peterson of the Washington Football Team, Max Crosby of the Raiders, Kyle Foley of the Bears, Adrian Amos of the Packers, Chandler Jones of the Cardinals, DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, followed by Bobby Wagner, Lockdown, CJ Henderson of the Jaguars, and Logan Wilson of the Bengals. I think Gabe Davis will have a solid year. He'll just take another step forward. I think that when you have a player as good as Diggs, they're going to double him. Then you have a player as good as Beasley that you probably need to double out of the slot. So Davis should have a lot of play. I mean, he was down the stretch. He was an absolute savage for the Bills. So still no autos is right. John Brown of the Bills, Myles Garrett of the Browns, Fletcher Cox of the Eagles, Darren Waller of the Raiders, David Montgomery of the Bears, Melvin Ingram of the Chargers, Demario Davis, followed by Aaron Jones of the Packers, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, and it's the first auto, not really the auto we're looking for. This one, Jared Pinkney with the Atlanta Falcons going to Zach. And then we were talking about Gabe Baby Davis, and here he is. Gabe Davis of the Buffalo Bills going to Danny, and then Josh Uchi Yaya of the Patriots. Zach Ertz to the Bills. Every Bills fan on Twitter wants Zach Ertz to the Bills. I don't want Zach Ertz to the Bills, and I will tell you why. Zach Ertz is a slot receiver. He's not your typical tight end. So there's really nothing that he's going to bring to the Bills that wouldn't have to take a different playmaker off the field. So I'm just not really sold on him as a Buffalo Bill. I'd prefer they spend that money somewhere else or roll it over to next year. Sonny Michel of the Patriots, Will Fuller of the Texans, Jonnu Smith of the Titans, Golden Tate of the Giants, Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, Eric Kendricks of the Vikings, Isaac Bruce of the Rams, Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, a brilliant Damian Williams of the Chiefs, followed by Joe Montana of the 49ers. Joe Montana of the 49ers. Then we got Chase Claypool of the Steelers and Laviska Shenault Jr. of the Jaguars. So that box only had one auto in it. That seems like a problem. Just going through the empty packs to make sure nothing happened there, but that's never happened before.
box save?
Huh?
Can we save the box or?
Yeah, we can. Very weird there. There's not a pack in the box. We've got a Joe Montana out of 49 of the 49ers. Julian Edelman, the purple power out of, or the purple out of 125. Then we've got Delvin Tomlinson, hyper out of 175. Bobby Wagner, orange out of 249. Aaron Donald out of 249. Devontae Parker, blue, ice blue out of 199. Cortland Sutton, silver. Le'Veon Bell, hyper. And Tyrod Taylor, hyper. And now our rookie rundown. Laviska Shenault of the Jaguars, Chase Claypool of the Steelers, Josh Uche of the Patriots, Gabe Davis of the Bills, Logan Wilson of the Bengals, followed by CJ Henderson of the Jaguars. Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, David Asai of the Patriots, followed by AJ Epineza of the Bills, Denzel Mims of the Jets, Yatir Gross-Matos of the Panthers, T. Higgins of the Bengals, Jake Luton of the Jaguars, Darrington Evans of the Titans, James Prochet of the Ravens, Jeremy Chin of Carolina, Zach Moss of the Bills, Colin Johnson of the Jaguars, Isaiah Coulter of the Texans, Neville Gallimore of the Cowboys, Patrick Queen of the Ravens, Eno Benjamin of the Cardinals, and then the emergent Jerry Jeudy.
Does Zach Moss become a thing this year? Like, what's going on in the Buffalo running back room?
I think Zach Moss had a heck of an end of the year, and I think he's going to have a great year. I feel like we've gotten hosed by Panini a couple times lately. With, I know in a card random we didn't have the cards, and a lot of things. Cam Akers, rookie red wave out of 149. That is going to Kurt. Then our auto is the Jared Pinkney of the Atlanta Falcons going to Zach. And then we've got our two big quarterbacks, the Tua of the Dolphins going to Brian, and Justin Herbert of the Chargers going to Brandon. And that's the end of break 649.
Brett mentioned the masking.
Yeah, that was something else too. Alrighty. Here we go. This is going to be break number 769 up next. But first we're going to take a brief break and then we'll come back with our next giveaway. Alrighty, we are right back, and we're gonna do our next movie clue giveaway. This one for a new movie, and it is Attack. Attack. Folks, we got 4 spots left in the Prism Draft Picks College Football Hobby 1-box Pick Your Team, and then 3 spots left in the 1-box Pick Your Division for Chronicles 2020. Any movie guesses here? And folks, if you want to do a snake tonight, the survey for snake is in the chat. Jaws, incorrect. T-Man, look at that. Your ears must have been ringing. Pearl Harbor, no. Anaconda, no. Alrighty, no correct guesses there. Also, before we break into this division random here, I want to say I noticed two or three of you, there seemed to be some issue with the shipping of your product. We're still working on figuring out what happened, but it's now available for pickup in Rochester, so we will get on that. We're just waiting briefly to get this started. We just had a minor technical glitch here, so we just have to reload the eight different people here, so we can get this randomization going.
When do you want me to hop in?
You can hop on now. While we wait for that, Sean, who do you think is going to be the best rookie quarterback this year, and why do you why?
It's kind of tough. Like I guess I would expect Trevor Lawrence, even though I'm not the biggest fan of the situation. I really liked Trey Lance, especially going to the Niners, but I don't expect to see him right away. I guess Fields could be interesting because they did get Allen Robinson back on the franchise tag.
Yeah, I'm kind of sold on Fields. I think he's going to be all right. Really, I'm also not a big Trevor Lawrence guy, for sure. Ooh, Cynthia would like to know who you would think 2021's Trevor Lawrence is.
For next year? I'm not actually a big fan of any of the quarterbacks. I'm sure there'll be, a big riser. Someone has like a Joe Burrow type.
No, she was saying who's going to be the bust out of this year.
Out of this class?
Yeah.
I could see Mac Jones busting depending on how long Bill Belichick stays there. Something's off about him. I just not like the biggest fan of his skill set.
Got it. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 769, the 2021 Prism Draft Picks Hybrid Division Random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. That is 5 times. 5 times on this one. Sean, why do you think Carson Wentz will be back? Do you think it's because of Jonathan Taylor and the O-line? I know why I think it is, but I'd love to hear your take. Here we go, though. First, before Sean's take, we got Cynthia with the AFC East, T-Man with the AFC North, NFC South, and NFC West. Cynthia with the AFC West. AFC South goes to Matt. NFC East goes to Michael, and the NFC North goes to Haley.
Yeah, getting him back with Frank Reich, I think, will be huge. And just the toxicity that was happening in the front office and the coaching staff. I'm not the biggest Wentz fan, but I think getting him back with a guy he had success with in a franchise that doesn't have a lot of drama will be a good place for him. Plus, the offensive line there is tremendous.
That sure is true. All right, break 768 hasn't filled yet, but we've got Prism DP 30 to get 30% off of those picks. Alrighty, let's rip into this as everyone has their teams. 5 cards per pack, 12 packs per box, 1 auto and 2 silver prisms per box on average. Panini really hammers that on average home because that will that's how they protect themselves for sure. Alrighty, we got Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, followed by Jacob Eason of the Colts, a blue Darren Waller of the Las Vegas Raiders. And then we've got Aziz Oluhari of the New York Giants and Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers. Big Chuba Hubbard guy here. I am, and that's mainly because I like his name, but what do you think of Chuba, Sean?
I think he's okay. If we're going off of names, gotta like Puka Williams, too.
Puka Williams Jr., great name for sure. Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, Miles Sanders of the Giants, and then we've got the red Trevon Moehrig of the Las Vegas Raiders, followed by Dylan Moses of the Jacksonville Jaguars, an undrafted free agent there. And we've got Tyson Campbell of the Jacksonville Jaguars as well. Jags, a lot of young players this year, I feel like. Their team just seems to be super young.
Yep. I'm interested to see whether Travis Etienne plays running back or wide receiver.
I know, that'll be curious. George Kittle of the 49ers, Russell Wilson of Seattle, James Robinson, blue of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Brett, we all know that's a fake name. We got Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, and then an All-American Micah Parsons of the Cowboys. What do you think of Micah Parsons? You think he follows the defensive end, the Aaron Maben track, or is he going to be a good Penn State defensive end?
He's a bust, and so is Owe. If you really watch their tape, a lot of manufactured sacks, and just his personality isn't great. I was going to be really upset if Miami ended up drafting him.
Got it. Julian Edelman of the Patriots, Daniel Jones of the Giants, the Tyson Campbell, blue RC of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Then we've got Zach Wilson, and right after Zach Wilson, it's Trey Lance. So let's get the boom booms going because we've got the back-to-back big rookies, pick number 2 and pick number 3. The Jets is Cynthia, and the 49ers is Trey. I mean, John doesn't think Mac Jones will be a bust. I'm never really sold on any Alabama quarterback, and the reason is because they play with such high talent. They're playing with people that are better than any team that they're going to play against. So when you're playing with people that are head and shoulders above the rest. So that's, I mean, when's the last time an Alabama quarterback was good in the league? Derrick Henry from the Titans, Tyler Boyd from Cincinnati, Darrell Henderson Not sure where he is, but we will figure that. We'll get that listed because he's a vet. Rashad Bateman of the Ravens and Patrick Jones Jr. of the Minnesota Vikings.
Henderson is on the Rams.
Henderson's on the Rams. You do have the 49ers, T-Man. I might have misspoke there. Sorry, I was gearing up my Alabama take.
And Mac Jones doesn't have any wide receivers in New England. They have nothing for him to throw to.
Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, Juju Smith-Schuster of Pittsburgh, Derek Carr of the Las Vegas Raiders, Chris Evans from Michigan, now on the Cincinnati Bengals. And speaking of Mac Jones, there's the All-Americans from the University of Alabama and now on the New England Patriots going to Cynthia. That is Mac Jones.
I guess Zach Wilson's been looking good in OTAs too, with Elijah Moore.
Yeah, I hated the Elijah Moore pickup by them. I think he's going to be a strong wide receiver. It'll be interesting to me to see how Zach Wilson does. James Conner of Alexander, Devontae Adams of the Packers. Then we've got Chris Godwin, the Pink of Tampa Bay. And that is going to T-Man. That's out of 20. 1 out of 20 right there, to be exact. Then we've got Trevor Lawrence, the Crusades Trevor Lawrence. And I thought that was going to be another Mac Jones behind him. But the Crusade Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars. And that is going to Matt. Trey Sermon's upside and Shanahan's running back by committee approach. What do you think of that? We got Rashad Bateman of the Rashad Bateman of the Ravens next.
Yeah, I think Trey Sermon, from a fantasy standpoint, he'll be getting a lot of touchdowns at the goal line. So, like him there.
Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs. Chris Godwin of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then here is an auto. It's out of 25. Rico Boosie Jr. Rico Boosie of the Steelers. And that's going to T-Man. From North Texas, the Mean Green. We've got Sage Surratt of the Lions and Javon Holland. Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins. What do you think of Javon?
I was really high on their whole draft class, and most analysts had them ranked with the best. Javon Holland is going to be a huge, huge pickup. Very excited for him.
Ooh, looks like we've got a Prism Draft Picks hobby pick your team coming up. Glad to see that one close. Ben Roethlisberger of Pittsburgh, Josh Kelly of the Chargers, Najee Harris, you said? Is the correct way?
Najee Harris.
Najee Harris of the Steelers, the All-American version going to T-Man, Jamie Newman of the Eagles, and then Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers. Definitely an all-names team there with the Rico Boosie. 3 packs left in this break. And 3 packs left until Sean is no longer with us this evening. He's got quite the schedule, so he'll be packing up and taking off after this break. We've got Stephon Diggs of the Bills, Darrell Henderson of the Rams, Mac Jones Silver, the New England Patriots going to Cynthia. Then we've got Greg Rousseau of the Bills to Cynthia, and Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens going to T-Man. Yeah, my anti-Alabama QB in the league has nothing to do with Alabama or Saban. It actually is I would say a kind of a compliment to them. Like, they recruit so well. Like, I mean, look at who he was throwing to. It was like they just head and shoulders above everyone else everyone else's QBs there. Alvin Kamara, David Johnson. We've got Dylan Moses of the Jaguars, a Crusade Micah Parsons of the Cowboys, and then Tyler Vaughns of the Indianapolis Colts. He's an undrafted free agent. And Sean may be back in the future if we can find times to work for him. His commentary definitely appreciated. He spent hours, hundreds of hours probably, analyzing the 2021 draft class, so it's always great to hear what he has to say. Chase Claypool of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, now of the Steelers. Jared Goff. Then we've got the blue Sam Darnold minus the masking tape. And then we have Kwity Paye of the Colts and an All-Americans Justin Fields to wrap that one up.
Speaking of Notre Dame, one of my real under-the-radar prospects, big fan of Tommy Tremble.
I like Tommy Tremble. He's a tight end there. Big fan of his as well. Notre Dame, they produce tight end after tight end. It'll just be interesting to see if how he'll do in Carolina. We got Kwity Paye of the Colts to Matthew. Tyler Vaughns of the Colts to Matthew. Micah Parsons of the Cowboys going to Michael. Then we got Dylan Moses of the Jaguars. That one a blue to Matthew. An All-Americans Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens. Then we got Greg Rousseau of the Bills. Trey Sermon of the 49ers. Jamie Newman of the Eagles. The Red Najee Harris All-Americans of the Steelers. Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins, Sage Surratt of the Lions, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Matt Jones, All-American of New England, followed by Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals, Patrick Jones, the second of Minnesota, Rashad Bateman of Baltimore, the Blue Tyson Campbell of the Jacksonville Jaguars, the All-Americans Micah Parsons, Terrace Marshall, Crusades, Tyson Campbell of the Jaguars, Dylan Moses of the Jaguars, the Red Trevon Mooring of the Las Vegas Raiders, Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers, and Azeez Oluwari of the New York Giants. They're telling me that I should buy you breakfast after the show, Sean. But Sean and I are actually brothers, so we spend a good amount of time together. He'll probably get around to golf or something on me out of this. So
My birthday's coming up, so maybe one of these break shows he comes across an autographed Jalen Waddle. He can convince you guys to let me have it.
The Chris Godwin 1 out of 20, followed by our auto Rico Busi Jr. And then we've got our 5 QBs: Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, and Justin Fields. There they are, and that is the end of break 769. And Sean, thank you so much for joining us. Can you let them know where they could go to hear more from you on the FinManiacs podcast? Maybe drop your social media handle as well.
Yeah, so we are actually partnered with Blue Wire Hustle, so you can find us on their podcast network, on Spotify, iTunes, etc. My show is the Outsiders Podcast. Definitely fun. We got a new show every week. And then the finmaniacs.com. And then you can find me at Twitter. And because I'm not a big social media person, I can't even think of what my handle is. But
S. Williams 3205.
There we go.
Alrighty. We are done with that break. We're going to be right back from BT Park. Alrighty, we are back. This time from BreakTraders Park for a Topps Tier 1 break. This is break 885. Break 885. And how we do it first is we'll randomize the users. We'll assign them a card. We'll pull the cards and then we'll randomize the cards. And we're going to have a special guest on the mic for this one. And it's BreakTraders Joe Mama.
What's up?
Oh, that was a very sultry what's up there. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize the users. It's 3 times, fitting since it's a 3-card random.
3 whole cards.
1, 2, and 3. Alrighty. Well, let's rip into this. Are you excited? Are you excited for this this little 3-card box here?
I am so stoked to switch it up from some college football.
Yeah, the college football, I enjoy it, but it's definitely a tough product.
Yeah. Until they have the professional uniforms on there.
It makes for a lot of work, both while breaking and on the back end.
Right.
Alrighty, and we do have another one of these available. Another card random of the Topps Tier 1 is available. You know who also misses Benny Brett is Roxanne. Alrighty, our first one is out of 300. The Topps certified autograph issue, Blake Snell of the Tampa Bay Rays.
It's not a bad card. It's not doing too hot this year, but in a good year last year.
Good year last year for Blake Snell. Joe Mama, the resident baseball expert for sure. Our next one here is also out of 300, and that is Evan White. Evan White out of 300, 122 out of 300 for the Seattle Mariners.
Nice auto.
It is a very pretty looking auto for sure. And our relic. Ooh, baby. Out of 299, it is Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter with the game used memorabilia, 210 out of 299.
Nice.
That is a nice hit for sure.
Wow.
Alrighty. Well, we have the 3 cards. Now we have to randomize the 3 cards. This is always the toughest part of these card randoms.
It's a huge random for Derek Jeter. Wow.
Two out of 300s and 1 out of 299. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. 7 times. The suspense will be real. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So PG Murphy getting the Blake Snell out of 300. Blake Snell out of 300 going to PG Murphy. Then we have the Evan White out of 300 of the Mariners going to Doug. Going to Doug with Pity Guy. And then the big one out of this one, the relic 210 out of 299. Derek Jeter going to Doug as well.
Great hit.
That is a great hit
Looks good.
right
Good
there.
lights.
It sure does. And there we go, folks. That's the end of break 885.
T-Man. Top prospect looks like Jason Dominguez for the Yanks.
We've hit a few of Jason Dominguez. I know T-Man pulled a very nice Jason Dominguez a few weeks ago for sure. We've got 3 spots left in 2 pick your divisions. The Chronicles Football Hobby 1-box pick your division and the 2020 Prism Draft Picks Football Hobby pick your division. Let's try to get those filled. We will be right back we will type attack in the chat, and we will do our giveaway for attack in the chat. T-Man. That's funny. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Mike A.
Mike A with the big box, with the big pack right here. The Topps 2021 Series 1. 46 cards. Bobby Delback of the Red Sox. Danny Duffy of Kansas City. Joe Adell of the Angels. Followed by Tyler Stevenson, RC of the Reds. Eddie Alvarez of the Marlins. Then we've got Casey Mize of the Tigers. Followed up by Anthony Santander of the Orioles. Hunter Harvey of the Orioles. Danny Mendrick of the White Sox. Then we've got Mike Clevenger of the Padres, Alex Bregman of the Astros, Jesus Luzardo of the A's, Christian Javier of the Astros, Spencer Howard of the Phillies, followed by Tommy Edman of the Cardinals, Joey Gallo of the Rangers, Liam Hendricks of the A's, Colin Moran of the Pirates, Kenta Maeda of the Twins, Omar Narez of the Brewers, Orlando Arcia of the Milwaukee Brewers as well. Kansas City, we've got Brady Singer. We've got George Brett of the Royals. A auto of Derek Jeter. But right there, that's a pretty cool card right there. Followed by Max Muncy of the Dodgers, Zach Britton of the Yankees, Willie Adams of the Rays, Matt Shoemaker of the Blue Jays, Matt Olson of the A's, Fernando Tatis of the Padres. Then we got Sean Maeda of Oakland, followed by Yu Darvish of the Cubs, Ryan Yarbrough of the Rays, the Arizona Diamondbacks team card, the Pirates team card, Ryan Brazier of the Red Sox, Nolan Arenado of the Rockies, Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals, the Atlanta Braves team card, Max Scherzer of the Nationals, the Los Angeles Dodgers, Garrett Richards of the Padres, Jacob deGrom of the Mets, Jock Peterson of the Dodgers, Jacob deGrom of the Mets, and future stars Brendan McKay. Oh, that's a lot of cards right there.
Wow.
All right, we'll be right back from the BreakTraders football stadium. Alrighty, we are back and ready to rock and roll with the Pick Your Divisions Pick your division, Panini Prism, Draft Picks, Hobby Hybrid 1-boxer. I'm loading the teams, John.
Okay.
Perfect. Everyone's team is on the left right there. It is not just for new customers. You can use that for any. 30% off with the code. No, there's the Prism. It's Prism Draft Pick 30. You get 30% off. Code Prism Draft DP 30. At least it should, unless something happened with that, Harry. Double checking that there, and then we will get started here. Oh, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure. Alrighty, here we go. Break 856, the 2021 Prism Draft Picks, College Football Hobby Hybrid H2. Pick your division. And I see we've had answers for the snake. Dropping the survey again. If you are interested in a snake, right now 2020 Chronicles is in the lead with 3 votes, but that's not enough to run it. So let's get in there and see what you would like to see for a snake. We got James Conner of Arizona, Chris Godwin of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a purple Groot from the Buffalo Bills. Getting a lot of him on this one out of 50. Ooh, baby. And then it's Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. That Groot went to T-Man, and this Trevor Lawrence is following him there with T-Man as well. And then we've got Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. That's an All-American, and that's going to Michael. We got Devontae Adams of the Packers, followed by Patrick Mahomes of Kansas City, Baker Mayfield of the Browns, Sage Surratt of the Lions, and Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins. We've got Mike Evans of Tampa Bay, Kirk Cousins of Minnesota, Alvin Kamara Blue out of not numbered. And then we've got Devonta Smith, Crusades of the Eagles going to Matthew, and Rondale Moore of the Cardinals going to Mr. CEO. Yes, folks, we have 2 spots left in the Prism Draft Picks Hobby Pick Your Division, 3 spots in the Chronicles one. Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team, Amari Cooper of Alabama. We have the blue All-Americans, Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Mr. CEO, followed up by Nico Collins of Houston and Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to T-Man. T-Man with both the first and second picks in his pocket right now. Joe Mixon of the Bengals, followed by Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, and it looks like our autos here, and it is Christian Darrisaw of the New England Patriots. Christian Darrisaw of the Patriots going to T-Man. Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay, and Elijah Moore of the Jets. That one didn't want to open. We've got DeAndre Swift of the Lions, Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals, Jimmy Garoppolo of San Francisco. We've got the Crusade, Mac Jones, going to T-Man. You're right. I was thinking Christian Barmore. My mistake there, Haley. That Christian Darasar is a Viking, and that is going to Haley. I apologize, T-Man, for the confusion there. I got Christian Barmore and Christian Darasar confused. Then we've got Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants. Sorry, I've got a list of about like 400 rookies, it seems like, in front of me. It's five pages long. So I apologize for that one. We've got Kareem Hunt of Cleveland, followed by Cooper Kupp of the Rams. Silver Kadarius Toney of the Giants. Then we've got Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, and Nick Bolton of the Kansas City Chiefs. Ben Roethlisberger with Pittsburgh, Josh Kelly with the with the Chargers. Then we've got Carson Wentz with the Indianapolis Colts, followed up by Jamie Newman of the Eagles and Trey Sermon of the 49ers. Jamie Newman going to Matthew, and Trey Sermon going to Mr. CEO. I'm excited for the 5 autos in this draft picks, in the hobby draft picks for sure. We're ripping into a pick your team right after this. And then there's another one, 855, pick your division. Stephon Diggs of the Bills, Darrell Henderson of the Rams, Kenyon Drake, followed by Greg Rousseau, Groot of the Buffalo Bills, going to T-Man. And then an All-Americans, Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens, going to Michael. 3 packs left in this break. More than a Thielen. And then we've got Jonathan Taylor of the Colts. We've got a Crusade Blue, Greg Rousseau, followed by Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills, going to T-Man as well. And then Jason Owie of the don't have him on my list. 1 second. Yeah, Rousseau's got to be like one of the most mass-produced rookies right now. Jason Owie of the Baltimore Ravens. 2 packs left. We've got Jordan Love of Green Bay, Nick Chubb of Cleveland, Antonio Gibson of the Washington football team, another Greg Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to T-Man, and then Rondale Moore of the Cardinals going to Mr. CEO. The snake options for basketball are Revolution Hobby Contenders Basketball and Prism Fast Break. CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, followed by Tom Brady of Tampa Bay. We've got Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, followed by Mac Jones Mac Jones of the New England Patriots. Another second Mac Jones going to T-Man. And then that Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Michael, and then Javian Hawkins of Atlanta going to Will. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We've got Javian Hawkins of Atlanta, Jamar Chase, Red Crusade of Cincinnati, Rondale Moore of Arizona, Greg Rousseau of Buffalo, Jason Owe of Baltimore, followed by Carlos Boogie Basham of Buffalo, the Blue Crusade, Greg Rousseau of Buffalo, Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens, Greg Rousseau of the Bills, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, Jamie Newman of the Eagles, Nick Bolton of the Kansas City Chiefs, Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, of the All-Americans, Kadarius Tony Silver of the Giants, of regular All-Americans, Kadarius Tony of the Giants as well, Elijah Moore of the Jets, Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay, Nico Collins of Houston, the Blue Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, Rondale Moore base, Devonta Smith Crusade of the Eagles, Javon Holland of the Dolphins, Sage Sherrod of the Lions, Rashad Bateman of Baltimore, and the Groot of the Bills. And now on to our featured cards. Our auto was Christian Darrisaw of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. And then we have our quarterbacks. Some of them at least. We have Trevor Lawrence, we have Zach Wilson, and we have 2 Mac Jones. And that is the end of this break. And all of those cards are going to T-Man. And that's the end of break 856. Alrighty, we're going to do our next movie keyword. Perfect. It is accident. Alrighty, movie giveaway guessing has ended. Looks like we closed another pick your team or another Prism hobby. That's good to hear. Good to hear right there. And we are going to get started with this break 797 in just one moment. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Why isn't it? No? Alrighty, we are back. I appreciate the break right there. We are back, and we are ready to get into our first hobby of the Prism Draft Picks of the night. I'm excited for this. I hope you are as well. We're looking at 5 autos, 5 silver Prism parallels, and 10 Prism parallels for this one. Alrighty, break 855, the 797 2001 Prism Draft Picks hobby. Pick your team. Five packs, 8 cards per pack. Alrighty, we have James Robinson of the Jaguars, followed by Darren Waller of the Raiders. And then it's our auto. And it is Tyreek Black, and that is out of 75. Tyreek Black of the Indianapolis Colts, and that is going to be going to Cade.
Is that the first card?
It was the third card.
Oh.
There was two veterans ahead of him. And then we've got the Red Crusade, Patrick Surtain, the second of the Denver Broncos. Followed by Asante Samuel Jr. of the Los Angeles Chargers. Look at those defensive backs. This one out of 149. Then we've got Antonio Gibson, silver of the Washington football team, going to Mark, and Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins going to Lewis. And then Jamie Newman of the Eagles going to Cynthia. Deshaun Watson of Houston, followed by T. Higgins of Cincinnati. And then the auto is Michael Strachan. Michael Strachan of the Indianapolis Colts. Dual Colts autos right there going to Cade. Followed by Baker Mayfield of Cleveland. Then we've got Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, the blue Kwity Paye, and that is out of 199, followed by a silver Sam Ehlinger of the Indianapolis Colts, also going to Cade. We've got the Trey Sermon RC of the 49ers and the Greg Rousseau RC of the Buffalo Bills. The 49ers going to Lucas and the Bills going to Derek. And John, I'm going to need more sleeves when you get a chance. Into the third pack here. We've got Ronald Jones the second, followed by Allen Robinson the second, and then our auto is going to be James Wiggins. James Wiggins from the Cincinnati Bearcats, now of the Arizona Cardinals, and that is going to Will. Followed by a red All-Americans Devonta Smith. Then of the Philadelphia Eagles, that's going to Cynthia. Then we've got Sean Wade. Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens, and that is going to Jonathan. Followed by Joe Mixon of the Bengals. Then we've got an All-Americans Sean Wade of the Ravens going to Jonathan, and Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Derek. Yeah, he is in high production, apparently. That's wild. We've seen so many of him this evening. They must know that he's going to be like one of the best defensive ends to ever play the game. Chris Carson of Seattle, Justin Jefferson of Minnesota. Followed by, out of 149, it's a Miami Hurricane defensive end, but this time it's Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips of the Miami Dolphins. And that is going to be going to Lewis. Then Kenyon Drake, red wave right there. Followed up by Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford, the purple of the Los Angeles Rams. And that's out of 149. Followed up by Trevon Moehrig. Trevon Moehrig of the Las Vegas Raiders. And Jason Owa of the Baltimore Ravens. Followed by a Crusade, Greg Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to Derek. I feel like he's definitely, like, of the first round picks, the one we pull the most. Derek Carr of the Raiders, followed by Henry Ruggs the third. And then we have a Minnesota Viking going to Matthew. There could be a lot going on for break 1000. We will figure it out, but we'll do something fun. We've got Amar Smith Marset is the auto, and that is a Minnesota Viking going to Matthew. And that's our 5th of 5 autos right there. Then we've got the red Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Lewis, and that is not numbered. Followed by the blue Pat Freiermuth out of 245 of the Steelers going to Lucas. Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, followed by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Will. And Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Andrew. And that's the first big rookie QB that we've gotten out of this one. All right, let's run down these rooks. I would not be blowing out 1,000 candles. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Will. Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers going to, out of 249, going to Lucas. Jalen Waddle red of the Eagles going to, or of Miami going to Lewis. The Crusade Greg Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to Derek. Then we got Jason Owa of the Ravens to Jonathan. Trevon Moehrig of the Las Vegas Raiders going to Carlos. Then we got Carlos Boogie Basham of the Bills going to Derek. Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens going to Jonathan. The 2 Sean Wades back-to-back. Then we got Devonta Smith of the Eagles to Cynthia. Greg Rousseau to Derek. Trey Sermon of the 49ers to Lucas. Sam Ellinger of the Colts going to Cade. Kwity Paye of the Colts going to Cade. Jamie Newman of the Eagles going to Cynthia. Javon Holland of the Dolphins going to Lewis. Asante Samuel Jr. of the Chargers going to Mark. And Patrick Surtain of the Broncos going to Jonathan. And now on to our featured cards. Amir Smith Marset of the Minnesota Vikings, and that is going to Matthew, and that is out of 99. Then we've got Michael Strachan of the Colts going to Cade. James Wiggins of the Arizona Cardinals going to Will. And Tariq Black of the Colts, this one out of 75, going to Cade. And then our big auto, the Jalen Phillips out of the Dolphins, that one out of 149 going to Lewis. And the bigger hit is the Mac Jones base RC of the New England Patriots going to Andrew. And that's the end of break 797. And folks, it looks like this could be the last break. We have a Chronicles Pick Your Division with 3 spots left, but not much movement there. And then we don't have a lot of people interested in a snake. Chronicles would be the top one right now with 4 people, but we need another 4 to go with that. Alrighty. In the meantime, let's run the giveaway for accident before we get into this break. Type accident in the chat to be entered to win. John, can we get a countdown on accident?
What?
A countdown, please.
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is John Perillo.
John Perillo with the victory, and that is a 2019 Panini Contenders football pack. Leighton Vander Esch of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by CJ Mosley of the Jets, Khalil Mack of the Bears, Derrick Henry of the Titans, the round numbers, DK Metcalf and AJ Brown, followed by Sam Darnold, Mitch Trubisky, and Tyler Lockett. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 855, the 2021 Prism Draft Picks College Football. Pick your division. As you can see, we've got Harry Hood with the NFC West, Lucas with the NFC South, Lucas with the NFC North, Andrew with the AFC East, Haley with the NFC North. Then we've got Mr. CEO with the NFC East and the AFC West, and the AFC South for Mr. CEO there as well. Alrighty, let's get into this. Nice one there, John. Oh boy, these boxes are not conducive. I feel they're not like small enough to hold the pack to not move it around. It's weird. Very weird there for sure. Alrighty, let's get into this one. Delvin Cook of the Vikings, Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks, and we've got a bigger auto here, and it is a Steeler, and it's Pat Freiermuth. Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Lucas. Then we've got Ben Roethlisberger of Pittsburgh, followed by Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, followed up by Phillip Rivers of the Colts. Then we've got Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. And an All-Americans Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans going to Mr. CEO. Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders and Cam Newton of the Patriots. And now our auto for this box is going to be Darius Stills. He's a thick boy, and he's on the Las Vegas Raiders, and that's going to Mr. CEO. Then we got Chris Godwin of Tampa Bay, Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, that's going to Mr. CEO, and then Marquez Stevenson of the Buffalo Bills going to Andrew. And folks, maybe not tonight, but keep that Prism DP30 will be going for a while. So feel free to use that. Also, make sure you join our Discord. Discord's gonna have daily deals, pretty big, pretty good deals every day. I bet you tomorrow there may be some 50% off discounts there if you join our Discord. Those are good for one day and one day only. We've got Todd Gurley with the Falcons, Terry McLaurin with the Washington football team. And then we've got Brandon Knox. Brendan Knox is the auto, and that is of the Dallas Cowboys, and that's going to Mr. CEO. Followed by the red Prism Travis Etienne of the Jaguars going to Mr. CEO. The Derrick Henry of the Titans to Mr. CEO. Tyler Vaughns of the Indianapolis Colts going to Mr. CEO. The Zach Wilson Crusade of the Jets going to Andrew. And Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Lucas. Two packs left in this break. Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Gardner Minshew of the Jaguars, and then our auto, Davion Nixon out of 149. Davion Nixon out of 149, and that is of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to Lucas. They're very cool looking cards for sure. We've got Deshaun Watson of the Houston Texans of Houston, followed by More Than a Thielen. Then we've got Tyreek Hill of Kansas City, Kadarius Toney of New York, and the All-Americans Jamar Chase, that Kadarius Toney of the Giants going to Mr. CEO, and Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Lucas. And we've got one pack left here. Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers, Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, and then Azeez Ojulari of the New York Giants to finish off the autos, and that's going to Mr. CEO. And that is out of 149. We've got the red Marquez Stevenson of the Buffalo Bills going to Andrew. A Jonathan Taylor out of 49 of the Indianapolis Colts going to Mr. CEO. Then we've got Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts to Mr. CEO. And Jamar Chase of the Bengals to Lucas. And Pat Freiermuth of the Bengals to Lucas as well. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers going to Lucas. Jamar Chase of the Bengals to Lucas. Kwity Paye of the Colts to Mr. CEO. Marquez Stevenson of the Bills to Andrew. Jamar Chase to Lucas. Kadarius Toney of the Giants to Mr. CEO. Then you've got Tyler Vaughns of the Indianapolis Colts going to Mr. CEO. Travis Etienne of the Jaguars to Mr. CEO. Marquez Stevenson of the Bills to Andrew. Travis Etienne of the Jaguars to Mr. CEO. Micah Parsons of the Cowboys going to Mr. CEO. All-Americans Caleb Farley of the Titans to Mr. CEO. And Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions going to Haley. We're definitely trying to do more in-studio guests for future shows, 100%. With COVID over now, and, well, pretty much over, at least in New York. We've got 70% of our adults vaccinated. We'll definitely have more in-studio guests, that's for sure. We've got Darius Stills of the Las Vegas Raiders going to Mr. CEO. Pat Frymouth of the Steelers to Lucas. Brendan Knox of the Cowboys to Mr. CEO. Davon Nixon of the Carolina Panthers to Lucas. And Aziz Ulahari of the New York Giants going to Mr. CEO. And then our 2 quarterback hits, Zach Wilson and Justin Fields. Zach Wilson of the Jets going to Andrew, and Justin Fields of the Bears going to Haley. And that is the end of break 855. Alrighty. We have 3 spots left in the Chronicles Pick Your Division. We also have 4 votes for a Chronicles Snake and 2 votes for a Contenders Basketball Snake. If you'd be interested in a Chronicles Snake, drop it in the chat right now. Alrighty. It doesn't seem like there's much action in the chat. So that being said, we'll run through our hits of the night, of which there were only 2. We had out of the Legacy, we had Mac Jones. That was out of 100. The Mac Jones out of 100. And then that was followed up with a Contenders Draft Picks hit. This was Kyle Pitts out of 84. Kyle Pitts out of 84. And we'd magged some baseball, but they were in a, I believe they were in a personal, so we didn't include that one tonight. But overall, thank you for spending your Saturday with Saute and the BreakTraders team. Thank you to John, Jan, and BreakTraders Joe Mama who were in-house today. Thank you to Sean Williams from Fin Maniacs, who was in-house and offered us some great commentary on the 2021 draft class for the NFL. See us on Tuesday. The eBays for that will be closing Monday night, but we have a Tuesday show this week starting at 12 noon, followed up by our regular Wednesday show at 6 p.m. And then this coming week, we're switching our show to Friday night. So we will be here Tuesday during the day, Wednesday at happy hour, and Friday night. And we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you from BreakTraders to you. Also, make sure you get in the Discord if you're not. I can guarantee you there will be a 50% off special boxes sale tomorrow only. Thanks and have a great day.